Hey, welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Night of Champions. We are on day number 3 of the Grand Finals, and the tension is higher than ever. After 2 thrilling days of intense competition, the best teams in the world are still fighting for the ultimate prize, and that is, of course, the bragging rights. Tonight, we'll witness epic battles, clutch plays, and the crowning of champions. This is your girl, Red Queen Andy, joined by Contra. Get ready to dive into the action and see who will reign supreme here in the Night of Champions, brought to you by Ruthless Hype Esports.
And of course, welcome back, Andy. We definitely do miss you a whole lot. You know, this is pretty halfway through, and then I thought that you transformed into Flava, and yeah, it turns out to be the real Flava himself. So, of course, with you having to also have a glimpse of some of the runs. Yesterday, some of the games were absolute bangers where Team Falcons have definitely set a brand new record with the highest amount of points earned in the game, and that is 34 points in their run. So it is absolutely astounding on how they've been able to achieve such a result with that 24 point of eliminations.
Okay. I just know that the battlefield is going to be even, fiercer. HORAA was able to reclaim the throne yesterday from DRS because before I left the scene, before I got replaced by Flava, DRS took the top spot, right? So they're neck to neck, when it comes to the top spot, which is, of course, making Nepali fans very happy. I know, I can see you guys, Purple Hearts. Yeah, everyone seems to be rallying behind these two Nepali Titans. So yesterday, as well, Alter Ego Airs did an amazing job, catching up and moving up ranks, and now they're at number 3. And as we said a while ago, Team Falcons, even though Top did not play yesterday because they keep changing their names, but I know they didn't play with the original roster, I still believe that they are doing a great job since their standings are good, but today we will find out just who is determined enough to be crowned as champions. And as for the schedule, well, we're done with the Scrims, and we're almost done with the finals because this is the last day.
That's right, and everything is on the line. 6 matches to determine who will be crowned as the champion of the NOC, and I'm pretty sure that they'll be locking in their original rosters moving into all these matches. Despite there was certain games where Top did not actually participate in, he did actually rejoin the rest of Team Falcons halfway through. Of course, his name inside the game right now being Murder ZZ. So that's it. We've already wrapped up all these scrim schedules, as well as this to be the final day of our grand finals. So we'll have all the points pretty much tallied up. For those of you guys who are joining for the very first time, the point system is as follows: is the Chicken Dinner rewards the team with 10 points, 6 points for second place, as the number will decrease from here on out. Now, another good look into the current lineups of all the teams out there. We've definitely seen a little bit of switcheroo in between Vampire Esports members to be in the midst of rotation. So far, we had certain games where Tony K was not participating in, and there are even more involvement heading into this finals. We'll definitely want to see how much more can be done by Vampire Esports.
Oh, if I'm not mistaken, D Savior is still currently at second page, right? But we know that these boys can always deliver, a lot of chicken dinners, especially in an official format, right? So you guys don't have to take everything seriously, for tonight's set of matches, or who will even win the Night of Champions. I believe, all the teams here, since they're not playing, some of them are not playing with the original roster. Some of them are just really like having fun and, just trying to experience some new rotations and some new tactics, which has actually been working out for them. And, one thing I can say about VOIN Donkey, man, these guys are pretty aggressive inside a battlefield. And I would love to see more, to be honest. I'm still looking out for STALWART Esports. Again, this is the team that everyone least expected to win during the PMGC. So I would love to see them really explode and really claim the top spot, or not just be part of at least the top 10, be in the first page.
That's right. VOIN Donkey definitely is in a very good run out here. So far, I guess like the major surprise heading into the equation is that STE, they've been hot drop every single match that they play out, so they didn't really manage to score as much. Speaking of scores, Sleepy right now has been our top gun of a guy to do 6,000 over damage and have the hefty amount of elimination points. So DRS is definitely relying on him to get the big win for tonight.
Oh, definitely, definitely. You know, I would love to see No Fear as well. This guy has been racking up points, you know, a lot inside of the matches. So I do wonder if he can actually claim that spot out of Sleepy. But, you know, Sleepy, man, what can I say about this guy? His really putting up a great show for each and every one of us. And one more highlight, I guess I can say about yesterday's event was the fact that Red Devil from Agan I8, right? If I'm not mistaken. The way that he eliminated, you know, all of the players from Alter Ego Airs, man, that was brutal.
Yeah, it is very, very convincing on how he performed in some of all these occasions. And of course, pretty much the same couple of names and with the involvement of both Killer as well as Action to the mix as well to be running for the overall fraggers, but definitely a whole lot to catch up to Sleepy right now. Trailblazing the charts there with that 33 pointer, where the closest ones are No Fear as well as Rosemary with those 24 pointers. But in terms of damage numbers, these players have definitely matched up.
Oh man, the stats are really showcasing their talents and their mechanical skills and whatnot. I mean, there is a reason why these guys are up there. They are the usual suspects, right? Especially Rosemary. I mean, these guys have been, I mean, he's been running for a lot of MVP titles, not just in this pseudo stages or off-season tournaments, but in the official format as well. So it's really exciting. I just know that it's going to be epic for the last night of this tournament. And as you can see on the screen, it's the overall rankings. HORAA Esports still at the top spot with 122 and 4 winner chicken dinners. Right behind them are the boys of DRS Gaming, which is at 118. So I guess we only have 2 Nepali teams who actually have a triple-digit score here in the rankings.
That's right. And let's take a look at the middle pack. We have so many teams who are still vying to move into the first page, namely Vampire Esports Alliance as well as Team Secret. FaZe Clan is as well as the Savior. They also do have certain chances to also move up the charts out there alongside with ASI 8. So it remains to be very, very competitive. We do know for a fact that within the 6-round span, anything is absolutely possible. As for STALWART Esports, I've mentioned before that they've consistently been hot up every single map to be played out. That also includes the SANHOK matchup that will happen real soon. So we'll see what will happen inside of Paradise Resort in a moment's time, because they will have to battle with names like the Savior to actually make the cut. So other than that, even if there's not the Savior around that corner of the region, you will always see Team Secret moving into Paradise Resort as well. So that is definitely going to be a tough predicament for these guys out there to still make the mark. So let's hit right into the predictions, because we want to score up against Production, who's already got those 3 points. Yep, we got a whole lot to catch up to, and only 6 more match. What would the pick be for you, Red Queen?
Wow, Production is on a roll right here. Oh man, is there something that is happening we don't know that you guys know? But anyway, we will talk about that later on. Okay, for my first prediction, you already know, guys, who I will pick. So yeah, Purple Heart right here.
Okay, if that's the case, I'm gonna be going for the ERS, because they're the closest competitors to HORAA Esports at this very moment. DRS, of course, I've met the boys. They're incredible, really humble lads overall. And when it comes down to the battlefield, they have always shined in one way or another. And right now, I believe that it's not just Sleepy that has been really putting those records. All of the members are really working very well consistently, so I expect them to do well here as well. What about Production? You know, and then we've given you guys a lot of time to think, so come on, what's point number 4, right? Like, by now I guess we might be just submitting our defeat ladder if there's ever such a thing. So BTR, okay, I like this pick overall.
Okay.
BTR has always gone in to challenge Team Falcons in the early game. We'll see whether if they can best Team Falcons, who have definitely gotten a hot form from yesterday.
Well, perhaps they could bring in the same, energy and of course prowess back into day number 3 of the finals. But yeah, HORAA Esports. I mean, this guy's a prominent Nepali PUBG Mobile team that has been making waves in the competitive esports scene. I guess what I can say about this team is the fact that No Fear is a great addition, right? He's been known for his aggressive play style and strategic prowess as well. So I guess overall, HORAA Esports really is, has that big potential to become superstars one day.
Yeah, I believe that right now the whole rest of our esports are already looking like superstars. So overall, I really do hope that there's even more and more teams to be involved in PMGC coming from each respective region, so that we'll get to see a whole lot more coming in from HORAA Esports as well in a lot of all these official international circuits. But every time that HORAA Esports play, they have definitely impressed us in one way or another, especially on those runs for chicken dinner. They have been the winningest team at the moment with those 4 chicken dinners by far. So if they can actually secure at least 2 more for tonight, I think that this run might just be too hard for the rest of the pack to catch. But DRS, I'm pretty sure that they always bring those big frags into the equation.
I mean, no doubt, man. I mean, they were able to claim the top spot yesterday. I mean, what are the chances that they can actually claim that top spot once again for day number 3 of the finals? But the thing is, there's a lot of teams who are having such a great time, battling it out inside this tournament. I mean, Alter Ego Eras had an explosive performance yesterday as well. I mean, they racked up so many points yesterday that they actually moved up ranks. And just as you mentioned earlier, Team Falcons finished one match with 34 amazing points. Man, I would love to see them do that again, replicate that same energy, replicate that kind of tenacity back into the battlefield, because this is the last day. This is the last chance that they can actually break their limits. And now, ladies and gents, we're kicking things off in the jungle of SANHOK.
Here we go into our final battle of SANHOK to be played out here in the Night of Champions. For those of you guys who are tuning in, make sure you hit that sub button, because we bring you even more of all these amazing teams of PUBG Mobile around the world. Right now, once again, as we look into the charts, Sleepy has been the main marksman throughout every step of all these matches. So we'll see what will really go down. We do see a little bit of a hot drop once again into the corners of Hatin. Alter Ego with the spread inside the island might give the rest of VOIN Donkey a little bit of a tough time. While VOIN Donkey, I believe that perhaps they're also spreading some members from the top side of the hill in order to slowly play things out, where they do also have a chance to move in the top 5. And we're already seeing a little bit of collateral damage inside of Paradise Resort. And STALWART Esports this time comes up ahead, getting that first blood up against the rest of D-Saver, but they're already trading blows. That's going to happen right here. Centurion now does have a grenade in hand as they aim to drop this right upon the members of the Saver as they go in for the rush.
You know what? Yesterday, I saw this fight happen between D-Saver and, of course, STALWART Esports. D-Saver claiming that win. Can STALWART Esports now flip the script up against D-Saver and actually get this first win in SANHOK? But let's see what's going on. D-Saver already has 1 casualty. We've got 1 player from SDE as well, who's currently on the ground. Centurion's trying to pick him up, though, and I guess Lamborghini is not gonna push that hard just because he's very low in HP. But no, I stand corrected. Even though STALWART Esports, they have the advantage so far, they have the numbers, but D-Saver at the end of our first round here in SANHOK still won the fight.
My goodness gracious. Lambo, he's got that M249 in hand so early into the matchup. Despite him dropping so low, we just saw him brimming with confidence, just swinging by the moment that they tried to step over the corner. Speaking of steps, we're having a little bit of obliteration by the staircases. So no more steps for Potato, but Vexy now trying to find another close proximity fight with those shotgun shells up in the hand. The S1, he will have to fall back as he will regroup with the rest of the members of VOIN Donkey. Nate's now being exchanged for Lock. He's got the DBS as well. Gonna be moving up for that push. What for the rest of VOIN Donkey? They want to hold this out defensively. Therefore, this is gonna be a tough one to fight out. Exactly, lobs perfectly from Nachi.
Oh man, VOIN Donkey not having a good time right now. But this is what I miss, Contra. You know what, Falak? He's been very good with his aim and mechanical skills as well. But it has been a while, it has been a while since I saw this guy really retaliate and really rack up points. So it's a good thing that Aegon Knight won that fight. But jumping into HORAA right now, they already have one casualty. They're going up against Alliance. Two players out of Alliance, but it seems to me that HORAA Esports just won the fight with 4 elimination points. However, Mr. Borrow got sent back to the lobby, so it's they're not playing with just 3 players.
Yeah, just a little bit of a slight dent, but these are efficient points being gained by the rest of HORAA Esports. Now they move up even further through the charts, making DRS to eventually look for alternative plans to eventually haul up massive fights or really put themselves at the risk by doing so. RRQ now also getting involved, getting a clip over onto Mormon. So many battles taking place from minute 1. Overall, we've already seen within 3 minutes, 3 teams are sent off. So is this like 1 team per minute? I don't know, because RRQ, they want to get involved. They saw the battles taking place and they want to take charge of what happens here inside of Camp Bravo. I mean, this could be Charlie. This could be anywhere to be specific, because I don't really get the view of the minimap on where exactly it goes right now. As Snake tags on to Meow Meow. Again, that is nonsense. I finally figured out. I was thinking, like, who exactly is Meow Meow for a couple of days? And, like, yeah, I remember the picture. So, yeah.
Viral TikTok song. But yeah, no, honestly, you just have to know when to get into a fight, and RQ's been, they're actually executing that right now. Ain't no rest for the wicked, I guess. I mean, you just have to really find that perfect timing. But here comes HORAA now. We've got Sky pretty close with Zhu Wing. After throwing that nade, he is ready to go in for that charge. He's holding an S12K now inside this building, going for the push all alone. Not exactly sure where the rest of the backup is, but he is pretty determined to actually close this one. And there you go. One player from HORAA Esports, Malik, goes down. And RQ takes that point.
Great angles from the side of Sky. And now he has to hold down the line up against the swarming side of RQ. Very quick exchanges. RQ still looking absolutely clean. Already backed themselves 4 points in the match by taking out both FaZe Clan as well as HORAA Esports at the same time. And all that there is to do for No Fear is to hold it out alone. Any more extra points that he can gain from here is definitely going to be a bonus. Now he's got that M4 as well as DBS to be set perfectly. 2 elimination points so far for the member of HORAA Esports. Checking every nook and cranny is going to be RQ as they are moving into his direction. And this is going to be a good hold. Getting one tap out of the way, but that is all that he rode. RQ Ryu bested them by a decent margin. But hey, we still have to fight to carry forward, as RQ will have to make that long way route from Bravo.
Well, to be fair, it was a 4v3 situation, and HORAA Esports, they came out of a fight, so they didn't really have time to go for that reset, lick their points. And again, that was a perfect opportunity for RQ to score some points, and they did so. And now they already have 5 elimination points under their belt. Unfortunately, though, for HORAA Esports, they're back in the lobby. But the good thing about it is, I guess, they didn't exit the game empty-handed. That's the most important thing, is that you don't have a 0 under your belt.
That's right. Overall, they just have to maintain their form of pace, adding every point into the round. And I think that it's decent numbers that they do have at the moment. So it's really down to DRS on how much impact will they have inside of SANHOK in the span of a match. Whereas Team Secret, we've definitely seen a lot of brilliant plays from the scrims
Hmm.
all the way up to the finals. It's just that there wasn't exactly the most consistent record where whenever they drop inside of Miramar, there's bound to be a big fight that erupts from ASI8, the Savior, Alliance. Four teams have always battled inside Miramar. So when you get to see them play here inside of SANHOK, they do have a lot more leverage of space. And speaking of which, they are taking over boot camp. This
Yeah.
could still be a very decent spot while Falcons have taken the high heels. We haven't seen any of the advancements of BTR just yet, but they are definitely challenging some of all these regions by taking up the high ground advantage. So
Hmm.
good spots being held out. And we want to take a look at how Vampire Esports find their way into some of all these areas of play because they're not exactly in the worst spot, but it could have always been better.
Hmm. And I guess the circle is quite challenging as well, considering the fact that we got portions from the three islands. So there's a river in between. So I guess that's gonna make our battle very interesting for all of the teams. I guess the circle is okay because it's right down there in the middle. I guess so. There's no need for like hard rotations whatsoever. Unfortunately, though, for those teams that actually just came from the edge of the circle, they will have to deal with those teams who are already down there in the middle. So there's a lot of gatekeeping opportunities, especially for those teams who have occupied compounds and has that great vantage point. Take for example, Team Falcons over here, they have a very good view of where the boys of BT are currently staying at, but they are not doing any open fires just yet. They're still waiting for that right opening knock, right opportunity for them to actually push. I guess they're still inside the zone, so there's really no pressure just yet for teams to actually engage.
True enough, it's still very early in the span of the round. We've lost four teams already. Then that includes HORAA, one of the last ones to bow out in recent times. Falcons got themselves locked into a very tough spot as we're getting a glimpse of one of the players to be joining in the party as well. Nurzet, a player that rotates in and out of certain matches. So we'll definitely want to see how much more will they actually offer in this matchup? Now, that makes me wonder who exactly is being subbed out here back in game one for the side of Falcons, because we see
Mm.
Icy, we see Nurzet. I've not really seen the
Whew.
rest of the pack. There's also Princess. Interesting name. Very,
I
very interesting.
know.
I guess they're really testing out their strengths as well as limitation moving into some of these rounds. What I believe when it comes down to bigger maps, that's where we will get
Hmm.
murders and a few other players to be back involved.
Yeah, I mean, you know how these guys are. They love to change their names when it comes to up-season tournaments, so that leaves the caster guessing, and as well as the fans. But I guess it's okay. The guys are having fun. Perhaps they're testing out a new kid on the block or a new member, or perhaps they just really changed the IGN. But what matters most is the fact that if they can actually deliver, the winner chicken dinner that the team needs. But let's check out the map overview, ladies and gents. We've got Vampire Esports on the other island right here, together with Four Miracle Vibes as well as DRS. But they are now forced to actually move to the east side, I guess, to join Falcons, BTR, and Roy Esports. And I guess with all the battles that will happen in just a few, the river is going to turn red.
True enough, and it is going to be a difficult stance for a lot of these teams to cut over onto the mainland once more. Especially for DRS, we'll definitely keep our eyes on them since they're on the far southern side. There are opportunities that they could still wrap around the edge of the zone just to make ends meet by the bridge. So it will still be all right while we do see a clip of Nate coming in from Tony K, landing onto FaZe Clan's Nine Noise. I wonder what exactly goes on there. FaZe Clan only left with one member left at this very moment, so it's going to be very difficult to actually get those revives done. While
Mhm.
Four Macro Vibes are also taking firm control inside of Pineland, making the rotations even more difficult to do. But Vampire Esports, they full send it through the bridge. They will make it past. Baron just hoping to actually find something in return, as those two members of Vampire Esports have already gotten in. Not so much for Newsy, though. Newsy's being held back. His vehicle's also getting punctured at the very same time. But at the very least, he's already across the field, so that's not really the major concern, but he's looking to trade blows as well. And I don't think that
Ooh.
there's going to be all too much of a pressure onto for MV since they have so many members. Most likely they're not, because still going for
Ooh.
revives, but oh, what a tag! And that is DEX on a dominating spree after taking down those players inside of Paradise Resort. He adds the 5 points to the table.
You know, I was gonna say a wild Pokemon appear. That was Bulbasaur, but unfortunately he gets tagged, so he's back in the lobby, ladies and gents. And for Full Miracle Vibes, I don't see Doc playing anywhere. I do see an arrow, so perhaps he's taking a rest or something, or like perhaps they're trying a new tactic, trying new rotations and strategies right here inside the game. So let's see how far they can go for SANHOK. This is the first match of this evening, ladies and gents. And just a while ago, you've seen on the screen Vampire Esports. They already have one elimination point. As for D Savior, Pathogen is already out of the game. But the boys was able to put up 5 elimination points, with Lamborghini bagging most of the kills. And to give you guys a quick update, we are now looking at 11 teams remaining for stage number 3 here in SANHOK. HORAA, VOIN Donkey, Udo Alliance, FAZE, as well as STALWART Esports. All teams that I just mentioned are all out of the game.
True enough, and this is just continuously increasing when it comes down to the level of difficulty for teams to cut across. Vampire Esports still stuck by the bridge. I'm not too sure how will they be able to fend off against Four Miracle Vibes, but they seem to be closing in the distance as well. Keep in mind that BTR has been holding the top side of the hill, so it's not going to be an easy task for either side of the party to make it through. And as for DRS, they managed to cut across into the mainland, find themselves holding out over on the southern region. They have a very strong chance to be able to take firm control of all these regions. Whereas back towards the battles, this fight between Four Miracle Vibes will be absolutely tactical on how they will approach this situation. Right now, Rosemary on our screen taking down IQ. Oh, don't be spotted out. Barrett here with a nasty spray, and that is being retaliated by Ravenclaw. Great effort, but unfortunately, that's a whiff.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, you know what? For former co-files as well as Vampire Esports, the biggest threat would be BTR. I mean, whoever survives the fight, between former co-files and Vampire Esports, they will still have to deal with the boys of BTR. I mean, I just hope they have enough resources like first aid kits, and I hope they can defend themselves and not lose any of their players, because this is such a tricky a situation for both of the teams here. But let's see what's happening with Alter Ego. Era's 2 elimination points, and they're now going head to head with Falcons. Nerd said on the ground, and this could be the end of the line for Falcons if they cannot really defend themselves properly up against Alter Ego Eras.
Yeah, it's a difficult scatter that they place themselves in, trying to hold out through these high grounds, but find themselves pretty much infiltrated by the rest of Alter Ego Ares. They're also keeping an eye out for the side of ASI8, playing over at lower grounds where there is going to be difficulties when they do go for a push. Speaking of which, Hans now being brought down. Massive spray down coming from inside of Princess, while Icy tries to trade back with a grenade. Rosemary still lurking out and about. He might be able to strike perfectly as he's trying to look for those angles, but it is increasingly getting difficult. Is I not allowed to actually move through? East is the next one to falter, while the rest of Vampire Esports arrive to see the rest of Alter Ego now being sandwiched in between.
And there you go. I mean, we've already predicted this one. We saw it coming. VTR now eliminating 4 Miracle Vibes and exiting the game empty-handed. No scores whatsoever. Aegon IA got eliminated as well, but they were able to put up 3 elimination points. Falcons, and teams are dropping like flies here. But just look at that. Alter Ego Eras. They've been through a lot, just for a few seconds there, but they were able to stack up 8 elimination points.
Yeah, that was absolutely massive from Alter Ego Ares. The way that they position and played that one through, they know and understand that they have to take on the fight up against Team Falcons because this high ground will give them a little bit of an advantage, but now find themselves by the edge of the zone. I wonder if they will be able to pull through up against the rest of these members of Vampire Esports. I believe you've already spotted out Ravenclaw prior to this. That's why he's locking that angle for the time being. Whereas BIGETRON Knights, they definitely showed up some great surprises as they have overwhelmed some of these squads, making their way to the short run. Still having 4 members strong, but now receiving a couple attacks coming in from Rosemary.
Ooh.
And he is pretty much putting up some pressure up against the members of BTR. Indonesian rivalry once again set into place. It's going to be an El Clasico between the biggest squads of Indonesia, while Nuzi's going to be able to hit the mark, finding Rosemary alter ego. They are now battered and bruised. Vampire Esports bow down.
No.
While Genfos runs in the nade. Unfortunately, it does not really go right into the shacks, or else this could be the end. And speaking of which, 1-for-1 trade, not enough for alter ego.
How bad you... Honestly, Alter Ego Errors just probably dusting themselves that, hey, even though we exit the game, we did exit the game with 9 elimination points, and that is a pretty fair number, if you ask me. I'm a D-Saver. They're not really having a good time right now going up against the ERAs. They're getting picked up 1 by 1, and now they're left with their lone survivors, so that puts them at the least chance of actually getting that winner chicken dinner. But hey, if he can pull off a miracle, then why not? But as for Roy Esports, okay, we are already nearing the end of this first round. They haven't put up any elimination points just yet. But the good thing I can say about Roy Esports is the fact that they are still a complete squad.
Yeah, they can definitely hold out inside compound to play for a top 3 finish at the very least. DX only left with 1 member standing. I'm looking at this current position for DRS, which looks absolutely superior as compared to those who are currently on that low ground. And as much as it's on that very corner zone, they get the leverage to really spot out any form of movements from below. So I like the chances for DRS right now to take the win. But of course, there's a whole lot that BTR wants to say about that. Well, now on a desperate effort to rotate over on the corners, might just be spotted by the rest of BTR. With these roaring engines, is definitely attracting a whole lot of attention, and he full sends it directly to the center, trying to wiggle for that space. But this will definitely draw the attention span of DRS and also the Roy Esports.
Man, Chua, what are you going to do in this situation? But you know what? Sleepy is not done just yet, ladies and gents. 3 elimination points for this guy, and he is still out here looking for some more victims. And right now, he has his eyes on the boys of BIGETRON. Nice. So let's see what's going to happen. I mean, this is such a great vantage point for Sleepy right here. Great potential. He could actually shut down at least 2 players of BIGETRON, and that could be, you know, very dangerous for the side of BTR. I'm not even sure if they were able to put up any numbers just yet, but we're gonna take a look at that in just a while. Chama, however, coming from the side of DRS, just got knocked down. But you know what? Sleepy is trying to keep the boys of BTR at bay. He's not even letting them actually move forward here.
And now they're all hunkered inside of a tiny little shack that allows the rest of DRS to go in for that full flush. They should have some nades to prime right in. So BTR, how long could they hold out? The rest of Roy Esports just has to play the waiting game. And that will be it. Sleepy now flips over on Lapar. Another beautiful knock. And it should be done and dusted. Chua hoping to also claim some points for their own, striking on a weakened side of BTR. And what could he basically get at this moment? Chua getting found out. He is not allowed the time and space. And Chama takes control. It's only down to Zuxi, and Zuxi will falter. And that will be it. DRS now swinging hot, looking for that chicken dinner. While there is knocks after knocks, DRS will eventually overwhelm the rest of Roy Esports now that they're all playing by the corner. But now the zone advantage falls in the hands of Roy.
Oh man, 64%, right? That's the chance Roy Esports can actually score the chicken dinner. So let's see what the DRS have, you know, up in their sleeves to actually win this fight. But you know what, Roy Esports, since they are dictating the tempo of the game, they are in control of the circle here. There's really that big chance of them getting that winner chicken. Their Sleepy is actually getting cornered right there, right at the edge of the circle by Silence of Roy Esports. This is neck to neck, ladies and gents. Sleepy is trying to make it rain bullets, and now he was able to shut down at least one player. There you go. First round here in SANHOK, DRS claims a victory. Contra gets the point.
Oh, finally, I've been waiting for quite some time, and DRS has delivered a phenomenal record right now to chase up against HORAA Esports. HORAA initially getting overrun by RRQ, has only gotten 4 points, so we will expect DRS Gaming right now sitting at the top of the table.
Oh man, DRS. The real soldiers, man. Highly decorated soldiers. Sleepy bagging 8 elimination points. I mean, this guy is pretty unstoppable. If he could join the X-Men, he could be Juggernaut. I'm telling you. I mean, if you let him get his momentum, oh man, you better stay out of his way because this guy's gonna wreck you down.
Yeah, right now he really looks like he's Magneto because he is controlling every single action inside of the matchup where, you know, Juggernaut, as much as he's tanky, he's got no brains. That's definitely not what Sleepy is. So, I read just about enough comics to know how Juggernaut's current life. But of course, in terms of power, he definitely seemed to be the Juggernaut of the field for sure. But Sleepy, he's definitely putting up another great performance right here with those 8 pointers. So undisputed, he should be the MVP of the match. On top of that as well, it will be the overall MVP, still holding that current high score of, last we checked, was 33 points. So there is absolutely phenomenal. But when we take a look at the top 4, I think that DX has been pretty impressive this round. Moving into the top 3 after taking those battles in Paradise is definitely no easy task. And we also do have Rosemary that have shown up to strength, but Lambo so far have also been pretty exceptional with those 6 points being earned.
And he is actually sporting a new haircut right here, ladies and gents.
Yeah.
But I mean, I just have to say, this guy's already married, so yeah, a lot of broken hearts out there somewhere. But yeah, I mean, head to head, 6 elimination points versus 4. Damage output, wow, 1021. So this guy right here been putting down players all over inside SANHOK. So the MVP title still goes to DRS. Sleepy putting up 8 elimination points with staggering 72.73% team contribution. Oh my goodness.
Wow, what can we say more about this guy? I mean, Sleepy, you could just basically leave him alone in some of all these instances, and he would still bring in all these massive points out there. So, all these performers out there, Lambo definitely has been able to rise to the occasion, alongside with the rest of the lads of Alter Ego. We've always seen Rosemary up on our screen every single day, so I'm not really surprised about that. But this time, Boy Chill have also matched the same form of tempo that Rosemary's offering in this field.
And I also love the fact that, you know, teams are really gunning for each other. I mean, they're really playing the game. I was kind of expecting that, you know, we will see some action happen towards the latter stages of the game. But hey, I mean, these guys are not wasting any time. You know, they would love to go head to head and just find out who will win the first match. And checking out the match rankings, DRS with 21 points, followed by D-Savior with 13. We got Alter Ego Errors, RQ as well, finishing the game with a double-digit score. And as for VOIN Donkey, FaZe Clan, Team Secret, as well as 4 Miracle Vibes, it wasn't a good start, you know, for the first game. But hey, we still got 5 more. But then again, they have to pick up the pace because this is the last day of the grand finals.
Yeah, honestly, at this point, certain teams may not actually make the cut into a top 3 finish, but they definitely can't alter a whole lot of all the results that comes into all these remaining matches overall. Now, as we've seen from the past couple of days, very little troubles being used into great effect, where teams were just going in for direct battles with their firepower. But what has been really impressive in this match itself, 11 headshots throughout SANHOK is not an easy task to actually acquire. So even despite that, there were also 2 airdrops being looted. Right now, currently sitting at number 1, it is DRS after securing their third chicken dinner in the finals.
Oh man, okay. Again, this is like a tug of war between HORAA Esports and DRS Gaming. We've seen them really kind of just alternate, right? Between the I mean like for the top spot. So let's see what's going to happen. 139 though, it's not really a wide gap, from HORAA Esports, and Alter Ego Air is definitely catching up. They are now crossed the triple digit score. BIGETRON 9 is also catching up as well. Team Falcons, everyone on the first page is really being aggressive, for the final day. But I do wonder if the matches will be enough, for this evening for D Savior, Vatar Esports to be on the first page. And if they're able to do so, which of the teams, right, from the first page will drop down to second? So a lot of things can still happen. Nothing is etched on stone just yet. A lot of reshuffle will definitely commence. So we'll just have to wait and see. But overall, man, this is pretty exciting.
Yeah, we are looking at a very competitive field where a lot of all these teams currently on the second page were also neck and neck to eventually advance into the first page as well. So all it takes is really one chicken dinner to alter that fate. But, game 1's done and dusted. There's no more SANHOK to be played out, while we will have 3 back-to-back matches of ERANGEL coming right after this. So Red Queen, I wonder what will go down, because HORAA Esports has been one of the sharper shooters inside of ERANGEL. So we'll take a short break, and when we come back, we'll bring you into our second match of the evening. And welcome back to the Night of Champions. Of course, with you right now is Contra as well as Red Queen to accompany you through the night, where we are about to crown our champions by the end of tonight. So I'm pretty sure you're pretty stoked about this, and we are still seeing the race between HORAA Esports as well as DRS to be absolutely on fire right now. So DRS, they have managed to overtake by taking that chicken dinner on that last match. Now I'm waiting for a response coming from HORAA Esports.
Oh, man. I mean, we're talking about just an 8-point difference, so let's see what's going to happen. But let's not forget the Alter Ego Airs is catching up, as well as the Savior. I mean, Lamborghini, previous match, or during the first match, he was able to stack up 6 elimination points, if I'm not mistaken. But I do have a question for you guys down there in the comment section. If Sleepy and No Fear will go 1v1 in a death match, who do you think will win? Please type it down there in the comment section.
Sleepy and who again?
Sleepy and No Fear of HORAA Esports.
I'm actually favoring Sleepy still. Just look at it, last round, he's already gotten like what 8 by his own, and right now prediction's pretty tough. I want to remain neutral. That's why I'm not selecting the top 2 at this moment. So probably I'm gonna be going for. Oh, it's a tough pick. Let's go for Team Falcons. You know, like it's been a while since I voted for them, so I'll lock my answer in.
I think I'm gonna go with Alter Ego Airs. I'm gonna give him, give him a chance. Although we're talking about 5 remaining matches for this evening, and we're gonna find out who will be crowned kings, for the Night of Champions. And of course, if you don't want to miss out on any action happening inside the community, all you have to do is just hit that sub button, right? Like and follow all the social media pages by Ruthless, Esports. And while you guys are at it, please don't forget about your casters, right? Red Queen and Contra. You can find us easily on Instagram, Facebook, and TikTok. Please do give us a follow, like, and share as well.
All right, thank you very much for the plug-in. But over here, we're looking at another vote for DRS. This time comes from production, trying to one-up me again since I'm actually trolling really closely. So we'll see if DRS can actually put a back-to-back chicken dinner performance. I think that they're definitely looking in their current prime form right now. But I'm surprised, none of the votes are coming in for HORAA Esports just yet, but I'm saving it for the later rounds first. So we'll see what will go down in this matchup. Now, we've already seen so many instances where, STALWART Esports have gotten into the mix of the battle inside Lipovka, and even when there isn't really a drop into Lipovka, I think that, that morale must be rather low. Now that they don't really have much more stakes involved, they can definitely look to maybe cause a little bit of stir between some of the teams who need the most points here in the chart.
Honestly, I don't know if this is like a new feature from YouTube, but it kind of sums up like everything that's going on down there in the comment section. So it has like a conclusion, and it's telling me that all of you guys down there in the comment section are talking about like the tug of war between HORAA Esports and DRS being at the top spot. There's also talk about the prowess and tenacity coming from Sleepy, and also the domination of both Nepal and Indonesia. How cool is that?
Yeah, I absolutely do love it, and I definitely got to check out some of these features with my own record, because right now we're basically keeping our eyes on the screen for what will go down in the upcoming remainder of a total of 5 rounds. Because 5 rounds, anything could happen. If DRS or HORAA ever goes out very early, you could definitely see the other team will easily take over. So that also leaves chances for even Alter Ego, who are also up and running in currently 3rd position, to be able to close that gap, despite currently the margin being maybe slightly higher. But we've seen a lot of impressive rounds coming from Alter Ego. When they secure chicken dinners, usually it's more than 20 points gained in that specific round.
Well, that's the thing, right? Even though HORAA Esports was able to put up like 4 winner chicken dinners, and they've been staying at the top spot for quite some time now, the gaps, from the score isn't that big. So there's really a high chance, a high possibility for other teams to catch up where they are. I just hope that they make it, they make it in time. I'm not really taking out the possibility that Alter Ego Ares, Team Falcons, Bigetron might be able to pull up a huge trick here and be at the top spot. And despite what you mentioned a while ago, it only takes one good game, to kind of make a difference out of their performance. So it goes the same. I think, yeah, it goes also with the fact that one bad game can even push you further down the ranks. So again, you just have to find that perfect balance between getting those elimination points and placement points. Is just really sticking to objectives here.
True enough, and overall, we are looking at teams who usually love the battle of really going out there in the first stage already looking for those big targets. But it seemed a lot more technical when it comes down to even how
Hmm.
they played out that SANHOK round where everyone's really hugging into some of all the prime areas until the point that when the circle shifts, all these teams who are coming in from the outskirts, they get choked out. And out of the many teams out there that were the outlier, DRS, they were smart enough to really
Hmm.
hold out over on the southern side and then eventually play for that space until they found that high ground, which was perfect for that chicken dinner. Now, moving into ERANGEL, definitely it's going to be a lot more different in what the circumstances could actually be. So I guess we'll find out soon because right now on our screen, we're already getting the timer running
Mm.
as we are getting the players prepared for this epic duel that will happen in our classic map.
Oh, definitely, definitely. We have a few more seconds before we board the plane and head towards ERANGEL. This is the second ERANGEL this evening. Honestly, I'm still looking out for the Savior. We also got Vampire Esports, as well as For Miracle Vibes. If they can actually pick up the pace here and do something extraordinary, the kind of be where they are supposed to be. We know that these guys are monstrous when it comes to their skills and their level of playing. I mean, these guys are high caliber players. I mean, all of them are. All the teams here are pretty stacked. So let's see what's going to happen for the second ERANGEL this evening. For the top players, I guess nothing is changing. It is still Sleepy coming from the real soldier who is topping the charts.
True enough, but we're also getting more and more of all these newer names to appear on the screen where now we see the involvement of Snake to be one of the players to have the highest amount of knocks possible. So he certainly has been able to really hit the mark for the rest of our Ryu to play catch up against the rest of the pack who are currently in the top 8 at the moment. Now, this life path has been really generous for a majority of the teams. It does allow that access into the island. That's where Falcons is going to be moving into Noble Noe. I will expect for MB to be joining them on board as well inside of Sonaska military base. Whereas, once again, this is going to be a battle of control over the corners of Lipopka. STE once again starts off in the fight. This time it is against perhaps the rest of RQ. RQ, they're looking for a stretch into mansion, but you would expect them to eventually close within the distance. And
Ooh.
STE, they found that vehicle. They're giving chase to these members of RQ.
All right, so we can already see the initial circle, and it has favored the east part of the map here. And just look at that. No doubt that for Miracle Vibes as well as Team Falcons are the ones dropping in the south part area of ERANGEL. You know how dangerous this part can be. It's always hard, to go back to the main peninsula, but these guys are up for the challenge. I guess everyone's still looking for their loots, but we've already called it out. RQ started out a fight with Stalwart Esports, so we'll just have to wait and see who will win the fight. But turns out, coming from the kill feed, Fnatic seems to be bleeding on the ground. Not quite sure if he can still get picked up at this point, but Sancher already displaying his one elimination point under his belt. So I guess RQ now playing with 3 members.
Yeah, RQ They were looking for that extension into the mansion grounds, but last I checked on that mini map, there was a chase where SE got that initial spawn of the vehicles to give chase, so therefore that was an easy picking coming from the side of Sancher. So STE finally gets some breathing space now that Alter Ego is also playing to actually win out most of these trades. And therefore, they decided not to go in for that hot drop into Lipovka. So perhaps we'll see even more impact coming in from the rest of STALWART Esports this time around. Meanwhile, VOIN Donkey, interesting enough, they are holding on to regional school where they do already have that access into the initial circle, but we'll expect them to eventually move deeper within the hillside, and that could be a challenge up against Alliance in the future. So
Ooh.
it is definitely going to be tough and even rougher for Alter Ego now that the alternate spot is around the region of South George. So they might be going head to head against the rest of FaZe Clan if they want to make the cut.
Mm-hmm. And also possible, I guess contention would be coming from those guys who dropped around the esports. The Savior as well is close with at least two teams right up above them. And I guess this is just stage one, so I guess there's really no pressure just yet to engage. But considering the proximity from the teams here, the distance, they're pretty close, together. I guess the circle really is forcing them to kind of just engage, an early start here in ERANGEL. But so far, it is peaceful and quiet. So let's just wait up until the teams are ready to fire up their guns and have a great display of fireworks.
Yeah, right now it's a lot calmer than what it usually is. So it's a really good sign as they're really prepping up for the final few duels. Since this is the last day of the grand finals, everybody wants to at least put on the best performance, as they do take pride in what they do. Of course, well, we'll see a little bit of a fold coming from that coup. It's something that I don't see every single match. But right now, not much going on. The rest of
Hmm.
ASIA, they will take that position over the south side. But the further they extend towards the region of either farm or even the ports, it could get a little bit noisy. So ASIA love that they are taking a really early stance on going for those rotation, getting that farmer space. Now, for the rest of HORAA Esports, moving from Snaya, they have a lot of grounds to cover as well. So likely than not, they will have a smooth transition into the next phase of the zone. Still keeping an eye out onto how well will they do and how exactly will they actually play out this round, because this could still shift anywhere. If they really
Hmm.
want to take those early space, I'm probably thinking that they would eventually move around the shelter region eventually. But for now, coast is clear. What a quiet start's possible, where we only take a glimpse of what's currently happening. Only two players are left leaving the field. Members of Point Donkey now getting caught up by Royal. What's going on there?
Hmm. Yeah, and with a DBS, Tusk a little bit low on the HP here. He is running away from the fight, probably going for a reset. He needs to heal up, backing away from the situation. But Roy Esports now sporting 2 elimination points, so I guess it's a great start for the team. And we did say that they just went up against the Voin Donkey, so I cannot really say the same thing for Voin Donkey since they already have two casualties. So I guess at this point in the competition, they just have to move to a location where they can be safe for at least three more stages before they join another fight. It's Zeta and Vexy that fell victim up against their opponents just a while ago. So not quite sure what's going to happen with Reza and Potato, but like as we mentioned a while ago, they just need to take in smart fights.
Yeah, Point Donkey now having very little to work with, while the rest of ASIA are already looking for a catch over on these rotations set by other teams. Potato taking a risk out there and now getting back a little bit more of the info to feed back to Point Donkey. It's so unfortunate that the moment that they decided to leave school, they just get clipped out. Whereas the rest of the Saber, they have already left Pachinki to also take these high ground control.
Ooh, hey.
Well, shake it off,
Ooh.
my guy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're just having a party here. Pathogen is, of course, having a good time. Just look at that. Oh, man. Okay, here we go. And it's doing out here in the open, not caring at all. And he's all alone.
He's just waiting for something to happen. He knows that this is going to be one of the best spots out there, and oh boy, busts a move. We can watch this all day, I guess, until the battles continue. Speaking of which, Zone is closing in right now, so we will finally get ourselves a little bit of an action. Vampire Esports on that late rotation, now moving side by side along with the rest of 4MV.
Wow.
Is this going to be a battle that we're getting? Now, look at that clump. There is also Team Secret who are moving across Pachinki, entering the field up against the rest of Alliance, as Falcons do see a lot of all these teams blocking around that region of shelter. This is going to be a big rupture of battles as these teams are on that grand migration. RQ is going to be taking the safe approach. They don't really have to do too much moving in from the north side. Whereas Falcons, they're going to draw a lot of attention. BIGETRON Knights have already firmly planted into the areas of shelter. So it's going to be a long exchange. Ease right now going for a spray. As they do continue to fight and hitting into ERANGEL, we're still seeing Nurse as well as Princess play. So it's not going to be Murders that will be moving into this round just yet.
We've got a tsunami of teams actually coming from the west side. So it's going to turn into Wild Wild West in just a while. But coming off the kill feed, it's Lambo on the ground. And the Savior, okay, so scratch that. Lamborghini is already out of the game. Pathogen is on the ground. Courtesy this time by Alliance. It is not looking too good. Honestly speaking, it could be hard for Chua to pick up his teammate here. So let's check out what Team Secret is doing at the moment. They're having a fight up against Falcons, but there seems to be another team right up behind them who is also doing a massive spray. So they need to be careful because they don't really have that much cover to work with.
Right now, any form of space is definitely a commodity that they will hold for the time being. Rosemary still finding a great pickoff. That's up against one of the best marksmen of Thailand, Tony K. Dropping in closely as Boychill will be able to land that shot, but he managed to also take down the engager, and that is just back-to-back points secured. And my, Newsy was so unlucky. Like, he ran into that vehicle, and then once it flips, he didn't have enough time to react to the rest of Boychill and the rest of Alter Ego. Now they are in a tough spot. They already lost Tony K. They lost another 2 members. All down to Ravenclaw. And it seems like there might not be any points for Ravenclaw. This ain't no Hogwarts anyways. Though there are Wizard Towers.
I know. Honestly, there's Snape, there's Ravenclaw. I was about to ask where the rest of the Hogwarts peeps out there. But you know what? It was a great setup for Boysil, having picked up 2 elimination points right there. I think it was an easy points, you know, for the side of Alter Ego Eras. Although they're playing with just 3 members, they're still doing a great job. And as for Falcons, I do believe they were able to shut down at least 1 player from across the field there. I can see how many teams are actually in front of them. I guess they're like 3 teams at least.
Yeah, look at HORAA Esports. Their position is definitely looking a little bit daunting. Despite that being a little bit of a bowl that they can work with, there are plenty of teams that will trill around that region. Either it will go really well for the side of HORAA or either really bad. Meanwhile, Grace coming in from the side of Powerchip. The Saver being so active in the early rounds that we absolutely love to see it. Scar L being one of the favored weapon of choice coming in from the side of Powergen. Not something that we always see getting into the block. VRS now getting approached by the rest of ASI8. Getting spotted out only. But names continue to pure VPE. Right now will be sent out. Ravenclaw goes for an early exit.
Wow. Vampire Esports already out of the game this early. Oof, man. Stage 3, Ladies and gents, we still got 15 teams on screen. First team to actually get booted out of ERANGEL would be Vampire Esports, but oh man, Kobe shot right there. DRS Chama, Zuxi from BTR getting dropped right now. We've got RQ also having a fight somewhere in ERANGEL. DRS Gaming, as you can see, X is just trying to scout the area, getting the job done, sealing the deal, and getting those points.
They went in for that split T-side over on the hill, but they were absolutely exposed. That was a great opening with that grenade, and now DRS looks for a whole lot more right across our screen. Perhaps that was a member of the side of DX that we're looking at. Sleepy taking charge. He will control this region of the hillside, making it difficult for the rest of the field. But they are also by the edge of the zone. ESI-8 has been trailing right behind them, so they have to ensure that they remain to be safe. Nepeko spotted out, and it's always going to be Sleepy to also land those killing blow eventually. But now that IQ and the rest of ASI is also prancing upon them, this might not be the easiest of tasks for the side of VRS. They could also be overwhelmed, but RQ, they managed to go in for safe as Nepeko needed a little bit of a helping hand. SI8, they're also figuring out how exactly did they cut through this corner where the Blue Zone has already arrived. So getting some damage. They decide to not really take up the fight against DRS because that will really buy too much time by the time that they even conclude whether they win or not. It's not going to be safe for them to play out that late game.
I mean, they're already at a disadvantage considering that they only have like 3 members here. So I guess taking in another entry point inside the circle would be the smartest choice. You know, if you're already at a disadvantage, there's really no point for you to actually push forward, right? With a fight. So Falcons Force, however, coming off the kill feed, I think they are losing some members inside the field. So we just have to wait and see if they can survive up until the next stage. And as for Miracle Vibes, we've got Ruthless on the ground. Same thing goes for Potato VOIN Donkey versus FAZE Clan. We've got Oli over here taking some damage from inside his buggy. But it seems to me that it's a total domination coming from Thailand's the Savior. They already have 5 elimination points. And again, not good for VOIN Donkey exiting the game empty-handed.
Yeah, it's been a rough run for themselves. Meanwhile, Alter Ego continues to try by the eastern corner map, locking out the members of For Miracle Vibes. Now they find themselves over on to the edge of the zone, but where exactly can they go and not get shot at the same time? Onsens now gets the knock over the members of the Savior. The Vietnamese side having a little tough time. Meanwhile, Falcons go on a duel up against Kasim, and Jimmy OP goes down.
Oh,
Same
man.
goes to Olio as well. My goodness, this push is not working out. IC does it all, and he is all alone. Wow. Backing all 3 points. That was a ridiculous effort. And IC secures all 3 of them. Only down to Leon's. And I'm pretty sure Leon's does not want to partake in that skirmish.
Isaac is veins, baby. I mean, he did those elimination kills with a mini 14. I mean, how cool is that? I mean, that was pretty amazing if you're going to ask me. As for BT, already got Gutsy and Lapar already out of the game. And I guess they are headed towards the RQ. And now they're having an exchange. We've got Janspos right where the DBS was able to get the point. And now he's getting ready to pick up his teammate here. RQ just got eliminated with 3 elimination points. So I guess it is still a decent number. Not that high, but at least you've got some points up there on the board. And now we're looking at Judo Alliance. Leon being the lone survivor, and 4 elimination points is not bad at all as well. But yeah, I think I spoke too soon. And now they're completely out of the game. Same thing goes for Miracle Vibes. What is going on, Contra?
Oh boy, for a moment I thought that is going to be a pickoff coming from IC, but wow, sharp eyes coming in from Roy. They managed to take those 3 pointers out there. Meanwhile, we see major rotations coming from Stalwart Esports. As I said earlier, they finally get to play a proper game, and they are doing it very well. They take that North Point, having a lot of firm control over the course of the region, while the majority of the teams are still stuck over on the south as well as the eastern corner of the map. One member down for the side of BTR. That only leaves one more standing. I believe that to be either Satar or, yep, it definitely is Satar at the moment. Trying to deal with this current predicament up against Roy as he infiltrates the building and gets nothing in return. The rest of the DRS, they're happy that many of these spots are now opened up for themselves, but are they going to rock up to the rest of Roy Esports for the challenge? Because this is currently going to be the zone. IC is also cutting across, so DRS, they got to at least spot IC first before they go in for that entry. A lot of space now opened up, but it's not exactly a firm place to hold out because these three teams, FaZe Clan, HORAA Esports, as well as Roy respectively, have really gotten the best area possible to play out the end game.
I know, definitely agree with you. I mean, Roy Esports have been getting, points without even really engaging in a close quarter situation. Most of their elimination points comes from doing the third party thing, long range shots, which is of course perfect for the team. They don't really have to risk a lot joining into the fight there, joining into the mix. And just like what you said, considering the circle that we have, I guess, Roy Esports is holding a prime location here, which makes them a big target, for those teams who are looking for a safe haven here.
That's right. And overall, it is definitely tough for teams on the outskirts to be making drastic decisions whether they really want to crash over on certain compounds or whether if they were hoping to take a different location to hold out. STE now being spotted by the rest of Alter Ego. Rosemary tries to hold them back all alone. But so far, I think it's a good move for them to be respectable enough. But the nade coming from Hans actually opens up a little bit more space for them to eventually seek out for STALWART Esports. And despite them not going for the hot drop, we have always seen this battle taking place between AE versus STALWART. Now it's definitely time for them to claim redemption. They're only relying on smokes. And where else could they actually run for the moment? Hans goes into the flank. They get the angles right now as they have no spots left available. STE absolutely overwhelmed.
Wow, I love that Alter Ego Airs actually went in for the pinch there. I mean, they were holding on to multiple angles, which is, of course, always best for tactics. And if we're going to be paying close attention to the elimination point set up by Alter Ego Airs, we are now looking at 11. It's a double-digit score, pretty much just like what they did during the previous round in SANHOK. So, again, when it comes to momentum and consistency in getting those elimination points, Alter Ego Airs is doing a stellar performance right now inside the Night of Champions. We are already at stage number 5. We're looking at 6 teams left here battling it out. We've got Alter Ego, FaZe Clan, Roy, Falcons, No Fear, and Do Real Soldiers. But DRS, they're not joining into the fights just yet. So perhaps I think they're waiting for the circle to shrink some more until it gets crowded and it forces them to engage.
That's right. They're definitely waiting to make a decent rotation because right now they're stuck in between both Roy as well as the rest of HORAA Esports. So if DRS times it well, they will spot the rest of Roy Esports moving out of all these compounds. Same goes to the rest of HORAA Esports, and that is going to be the best time to pounce. So perhaps they might actually need to hold out pretty long, but Roy, they are having the one up against them because they already spotted those smokes out there. Roy, they don't really have to do much but to really hold those angles because all they really have to do is to step out for a couple of meters. So right now, whereas the invade, X already spotted out. Same goes to an exchange that happens. So YT will be dropped as well. 2 members remain for the rest of the DRS, while Roy are just having that perfect compound defense at this moment.
I know. They're trying to hold down the fort, and they're able to do that successfully. I mean, DRS, we talked about this just a while ago, that, well, this particular area right here where Roy Esports is currently staying at will be, the target for the other teams. But the thing is that it's no longer included in the safe zone. So Roy Esports will then have to move. As for DRS, they just got the boot out of ERANGEL, which leaves us to just 4 teams remaining. FaZe Clan, this is astonishing because of the fact that they have the biggest percentage right here, biggest chance to score the winner in chicken dinner. We've got HORAA Esports as well. We got Meow on the ground, and we're having some friendly fire coming from FaZe Clan. But yeah, let's see if FaZe can live up to the numbers here and actually score the chicken dinner, or will it be Roy, HORAA, or Alter Ego Eris?
We'll have to wait and see. Over on the north side, it is a very firm control held out by the rest of Alter Ego. So it is going to be tough for HORAA to play out this position, especially with the presence of Roy over the south side, who are making their advancements right now. HORAA now takes that regional and perhaps pushing up towards the rest of Alter Ego. He's going to be able to at least have a decent vision up against him if Alter Ego choose to peek out. FaZe Clan, they just have to play the waiting game. They don't really have all too much pressure right now, as the other teams are basically wrapping around the edges. The moment that it moves deeper into the center, which it will be, by the way, then the rest of FaZe Clan gets to join in the party. For now, just a little bit of waiting game. I believe they also spotted out the rest of Alter Ego. Is this going to be a commitment? Shots now being traded back and forth as they get the spot onto Rosemary. And this is that opening that they've been waiting for. So they will go in for the push as they will right on the vehicles and full set it perhaps up against Alter Ego.
You know what? This is just right. I mean, FaZe Clan, they know what to do. Even if they are already in the middle, right? Big chance for them to actually just wait for those teams that will be headed towards their direction, but they will have to join into the fights as early as now, because it can be overwhelming for FaZe Clan to actually take care or manage this 3 more remaining teams, and a chicken there could be hard to pull off considering their position. But then again, Alter Ego Eris been taking in some damage as well, but just look at that, 12 elimination points with VOIN still bagging most of the kills here. They are on a pretty good momentum. At this point, I feel like it's very important right now for FaZe Clan to get all the knowledge, to get all information, and work out all the advantages to their side.
That's true, and overall, there is also barely enough wiggle space for the rest of HORAA Esports. Now that it is already shrinking around these corners, they will have to make their move. Either it's up against Roy Esports or FaZe Clan right now. Nates are also being sent right in, so this isn't going to be the easiest of situations right now. Roy Esports so far doing such a great job of getting those 8 points. Tires now being punctured through. The rest of the Alter Ego are really holding down the line, not allowing even Roy Esports to advance just yet. Roy Esports now spotted out, while Hans immediately receiving a little bit of tag. Still technical on how things are playing out here between all 4 teams.
Man, Fulgent's gonna be hard. It is gonna be hard. Alter Ego Eris now, they're picking up some players right across the field here, and we've got Boysil. He is locking his target up against Roy, so it is I guess a battle for the top spot, obviously, but it is a little bit difficult for all the teams here to actually win the fights, considering that it is an open field. So yeah, they will have to eliminate each other right off the bat here. Alter Ego Air seems to be doing a great job up against HORAA Esports. 13 elimination points now, and they're still getting some more, but whoo, a nail in the coffin right there coming from Sky, and he just eliminated Alter Ego Eris.
Smart decision coming in from HORAA Esports. They know that the powerful area to hold out is where AE is currently at, which is why they decided to full set it. Though there were bodies hitting the floor, they could still go in for that quick recovery now that they've won that trade out. So pressure's on FaZe Clan right now to eventually hold out up against the rest of Roy Esports and then deal with the situation up north. Once again, HORAA Esports find themselves zoned off of that fight. Roy as well as FaZe Clan, they can continue on to just pinch each other right now while all the target is being set over on the high heels. How will HORAA Esports hold out? Roy, this has been the best round we've seen from them so far. Clean plays overall, still having all 4 members, and I'm pretty sure that Sky eventually will have to make his move. So
Yeah.
for Esports, the onus is now on them to see if they can get the job done, either to overwhelm FaZe Clan or to put the fight against Roy Esports.
And this is not a time for FaZe Clan to actually defend their position. I mean, they will have to manage two teams here, but yeah, they're right down there in the middle. They're sandwiched in between HORAA and of course Roy Esports. But fortunately, though, for this side of FaZe, they were able to put down one player coming from HORAA, so I guess that will make their job a little bit easy. But that is if SA can actually be accurate with a nade. Okay, he completely missed the target, but he is not stopping at all. 6 elimination points for Thailand's FaZe Clan. We've got a HORAA, man, trying to counter with a nade attack himself, but unfortunately, oh man, they don't have any space to work with, so yeah, they will have to exit the game. And now FaZe Clan versus Roy to 4v4.
And this is what we want to see. Though there wasn't pretty much high stakes involved for these two teams, but they will definitely show their strength right now. Mormon, or should I say, Onset's actually lands that grenade. And that will eventually open up that space for the rest of the FaZe Clan to push out. Mormon now over on the edge, playing by the edge of the smoke. Now getting all these blind sprays into that corner of the map, plus holding out the flank. Well, SA lands another beautiful nade. This could be that golden opportunity for the rest of FaZe Clan to close the matchup right here, right now. 2 members remaining, and there's barely much that they could actually get out of this situation. And the rest of FaZe Clan, the whole time they were in the center of the zone. And that will land over the Tusk. Only 2 members remain. They will go in for full set. SANHOK now being taken down. A little sloppy, I would say, but there will be more deflates being thrown right through to find Juke. Now, it's only down to that final member remaining, and he will stay in silence, where he has nothing to offer in this matchup where FaZe Clan seals game 2.
I think it was an essential move coming from Nine Noise over there. I mean, definitely FaZe Clan needed the information to be accurate to where they will have to throw the nades. It was a pretty aggressive tactic, pretty aggressive gameplay coming from FaZe Clan, hence getting the winner chicken dinner. So for me, it was like a clean, convincing win for the side of FaZe Clan. But kudos to Roy Esports. I mean, they've done tremendously well defending themselves. I guess the odds are not in their favor this time.
Yeah, it has been a real tough round for many of all these teams to really play around the shelter region. But overall, FaZe Clan, they found themselves that perfect bowl to defend themselves the entire time, going unchallenged, and there were not exactly any teams that were being sent into that perfect spot that FaZe Clan holds out. So all they really had to do is to slowly wither down all the other teams who they managed to spot. And for a moment, I guess the biggest challenge would have actually been Alter Ego, to the point that HORAA invaded towards their location, or else Alter Ego could have actually been that team to eventually hail into a lot of all these nades when they had that form of cover. But first, it all played out perfectly, where the circumstances were really pretty much against all the other teams other than FaZe Clan.
I guess it's about time, you know, for FaZe Clan to actually take their spot. I believe this is the first time I've seen them actually get a winner with chicken dinner. I'm just not sure if how well they did during the screen. So but for now, you know, FaZe Clan, I do hope they can keep this kind of pace, you know, this momentum so far after getting the winner with chicken dinner in the first ERANGEL this evening. We still got 2 more. I'm just hoping that they could, you know, replicate the same kind of energy back into the second ERANGEL that we're about to have in just a while. Now, going head to head, we've got Tusk coming from Roy Esports, and of course Porsche right here. When it comes to elimination points, it is Porsche with the most number of LMs, but for the damage, it goes to Tusk.
Yeah, they definitely have worked really hard in this matchup, where we finally get a glimpse of Roy Esports really putting in such a good record, and you just love to see it. Hans this time coming up huge as the MVP, despite of course being taken down into these positions. Securing 4th place is Alter Ego, but at least they've gotten those big numbers out there. Last we checked, it was like, what, 12 elimination points or so? I definitely want to keep count later on, but course, impressive stuff. Rosemary being bested by his own teammate right now, which, they won't really complain all too much. So that being said, we'll also take a look at all these other stats that we do have on screen in the moment.
Honestly, Alter Ego Airs, the one thing that's been missing when it comes to their gameplay right now is the chicken dinner. But when it comes to the elimination points, positioning, placement points, they have it all down. They have a very smooth gameplay going on for them for this final day here in the Night of Champions. So let's see at which match they can actually score that winner chicken dinner. Now, for the top performers, we've got some Indonesian team and Thailand. We've got FAZE, Roy, Alter Ego, Ares. Damage output 738 for Boysil, but he has the most number of elimination points. So I guess if we're going to analyze that one, he is a bit more accurate when it comes to his aim. And when he shuts down a player, he definitely gets the job done and seal the deal, get that point.
True enough. And now when we tabulate all the data on our screen, we have FaZe Clan with 21.17 for Alter Ego Ares. I think these numbers could be healthy enough for them to challenge a potential top 2 or even the top 1 spot for Alter Ego eventually. HORAA Esports still managed to hold in 8 points. And for DRS, they also have keep up to speed with the amount of takedowns. Therefore, only 1 point short in this round itself. DRS should still be that #1 team by the end of the run. That being said, though, this time you see a little bit more technical plays, which is why you see a lot of troubles being utilized in this match. It is going to be Sky to be the man to hit the longest shot of 347 in the field.
We started with 69 throwables used in SANHOK, and now we're looking at 304. So that quickly escalated right to 304. But it's amazing, with the grenade eliminations and just how the timing is so precise when they throw the nades. It's absolutely amazing. I'm always entertained, with the kind of gameplay coming from those teams. But let's check out the overall ranking, ladies and gents. It is still DRS Gaming holding down the top spot with 146 points, followed closely by a Nepali team, which is HORAA Esports. Alter Ego Ares is already at 121, which is pretty close. If you're going to ask me, BIGETRON is catching up as well. So far, from the first page, the only team that doesn't have chicken dinner is the one placing at 7. I just failed to actually see which team was that.
Well, not to worry, we'll get back on track with that. FaZe Clan now moves up the charts with those massive points. So that's going to be them breaching into the 70-point mark, holding into that number 9 position, moving up 5 spots. So that has been incredible on their effort, where Alliance fell short this round, not really claiming all too much. SI getting pushed down as well. So it has been a rough game for those who are, over on second page. But Roy, they are looking to impress, where they finally got themselves one of the best rounds possible. Of course, everybody's a fan of the Vietnamese side, with Portia being the handsome lad on the squad. So, that being said, though, do we still have 4 remainder of matches to be played out to see who will walk away as champions? For now, we'll take a short break. When we come back, we'll deliver you the best action possible in the Night of Champions.
Hey guys, welcome back to game number 3, finals day for the Night of Champions, brought to you by Ruthless Esports. We are still your amazing casters, Red Queen, together with Contra. How are you, Contra?
I've been doing great so far, and especially for what we're getting in our games, I can only feel great about what's going to be happening in a couple of moments because we're only down to our final 4 matches. So sit back, relax, and enjoy the show, guys, because we have a race going on between HORAA versus DRS. DRS right now looking to be in a decent form to hold that #1 spot, but I'm hoping to see a fight, which is why in my predictions right now, I'm going to be putting it on HORAA Esports to see if they can actually put those big numbers up to take that #1 place back.
Amazing pick, not gonna lie. Okay, HORAA Esports, Rejoice, Purple Hearts. I don't want to make it easy, and pick DRS for my predictions, so I will have to go with um I mean, I did say this a while ago, the alter ego areas, what's been missing in their gameplay is a chicken dinner. But when it comes to elimination points, they are ending each of the matches that we're having with a double-digit score. So they're pretty awesome. They're pretty aggressive. But I already chose them a while ago. So this time I will have to go with... I will have to go with one of my friends, Baron, former class.
Oh, it's great out there where Flamenco vibes, when they do get that momentum, they have definitely really shine really bright into many of all these matches. I definitely am keen to actually see more impressive moments coming from Flamenco vibes. So far, even the rest of Team Falcons, who are also hailing in from Mongolia, has been able to really put up some impressive track records, despite, them not really feeling their main lineup for the entirety of the evening. So I kind of wish that we eventually get Top to be involved in some of all these matches, or, somebody could give me confirmation. Unless you're telling me that Top decided to be Princess for today, then, yeah, I don't know, G,
Yeah.
but, I guess he wants to be a little bit more cutesy, a little bit more demure moving into the evening.
Ooh, I see. Yeah, but you know what? Congratulations, by the way, to Top. I'm not sure if you've seen his Instagram post, but he did post a picture of him, um, with his I guess wife to be, with his fiance, and I think they're having a kid. I'm just not sure though if it was a boy or a girl. So perhaps you could be right. I mean, Top could be Princess, and they're about to name their kid Princess. I don't know. This is just all just a hunch, guys. Don't take it seriously.
Well, it could be the case. Well, I will definitely see whether that is the case for the moment. But of course, congratulations to him. Where there's definitely a whole lot of life outside of esports as well. So perhaps like with a big day happening, that's the reason why he's also going on a little bit of a break, where it is definitely once in a lifetime moment where you do not want to miss out. So that being said, final 4 games, very little opportunity left for those who want to make their mark, and Alter Ego definitely is giving chase every step of the way. So that vote out there for Alter Ego definitely is something that I do actually want to see if they could finally see themselves that chicken dinner, because each round they've been really putting up those big numbers, like you said. So I can't wait to see what really goes down in this forward moment.
And plus, this is the last 2 ERANGELs that we're going to have for this evening. As you all know, this is the cash cow, for most of the teams here, since this is the OG map, the first map ever created for Pubg Mobile players. So you guys know this one from the back of your head. So I guess 2 more chances for you guys to milk, ERANGEL for as much points as possible before we head on to the barren land of Miramar. And so we have 25 more seconds, right? Before we head on to ERANGEL. Are we going to see the same rotation coming from the teams? Are we going to see the same circle? Are we going to see the same strategic gameplays coming from the teams here? Or we'll see a different kind of pace. We'll see different teams battle it out in one specific area right here. But what's not going to change, Contra?
What's that?
D Savior giving up Pachinki.
Oh, that's for certain. They will definitely be playing around the best spot possible. So here we have it, ladies and gents, as we will have this flight path being set into place. It is from STALWART heading into the southern quarter of the map. So this is going to be skewered around these areas over on the east as well as the south. Still decent area to play if teams really want to extend into Jerjapol. They'll probably drop into Gatka to make that form extension. So that means that there will be a decent access for Falcons to be moving into Novo. While early drops happen, SCE, they get themselves into Lipovka. I believe that we might not actually see Alter Ego to be moving into the city, but they will actually get down the flight path. So we might actually get that big rupture of the battle taking place in a couple of seconds.
And my goodness me, Sleepy is already at 42 points when it comes to the most eliminations, followed by Rosemary and, of course, No Fear of HORAA Esports. And just, judging by the looks of it, there's no stopping Sleepy for now. So I guess a big possibility that he will take home the crown of being the most valuable player for the overall most valuable player for the tournament. But checking out the map overview, ladies and gents, RQ seems to have found their place up there in Zarki area together with Team Secret. Same drop points for Falcons and of course for Miracle Vibes. We've got DRS right at the foot of the main peninsula together with BTR over to the east side. As for Agonai 8 and Vampire Esports, they are headed towards the west side of ERANGEL, possibly engaging up against each other. But we'll just have to wait and see. And as predicted, the Savior headed towards the Pachinki area, so a possible clash as well might happen between Aegon I8 and the Savior, and as well as Yudo Alliance. So anyway, Aegon I at Esports already on the move here. Everyone is, of course, trying to make sure that they have vehicles to use to go from point A to point B. Very important. Of course, you can use this one as a cover if push comes to shove. You find yourselves in an altercation with another team and don't have any cover, then a vehicle would be perfect to use to dodge all of the bullets coming your way. And checking out what happened or what is happening currently with VOIN Donkey. Everyone is of course maximizing everything that they
Mhm.
could get from the areas, all of the loots, all of the resources, so they can be prepared, once that they decide to engage with their team before Donkey has taken over the school part area in Erangel.
Yeah, the last time we saw out of Voink Donkey, they were having a little bit of trouble going out on that rotation, where they got clipped up by some names like the Savior or even the likes of RQ Ryu. So they definitely have to be a little bit more careful because yesterday they played it out to close to perfection, I would say. Getting chicken dinners, or should I even say that they've always been around the top four region. I think their strongest maps to be played out has always been Miramar. So when we do move
Mm.
into those big maps later, we'll definitely see a lot more of an involvement of
What?
those players. Nuzi drowning out. I believe probably has disconnected from the game. Very
Mm.
unfortunate that Nuzi doesn't really get any form of showing, and he's so far off. So obviously,
Yeah.
there's not going to be a chance at all. Whereas
Yeah.
this is a very, very strong area to play out for the rest of our esports. But Team Secret, they're about to move into Yasna Polyana to challenge the current favorites, the Purple Hearts.
And so many teams again will be coming from the west side, so we'll keep a close eye on those teams that will, of course, engage with one another. So unfortunate though for Newsy right there. I mean, these are the things that is pretty unavoidable. Technical difficulties. It will happen from time to time. Especially when you guys are in a battle. So just make sure that I guess for the teams here that they can still be able to play even though they're down with just three players. I guess that's one of the things that they do train for. because these things happen, I mean, it's unpredictable, not just because you guys are playing a battle royale, but a lot of random elements that you still need to consider.
True enough. And right now, of course, it's a little bit setback for the rest of Vampire Esports, but we've seen what they could still possibly offer with 3 members. So possibilities are still endless out there, but of course, surviving to make the final cut is definitely going to be rather difficult for the rest of Vampire Esports, since the zone is also pretty far away. They dropped in Primos, this zone's all the way up in Stalwart, so it's going to be a long rotation up ahead. As
Mhm.
for the rest of Alter Ego, they're happy enough to really take the fields once again. Just across Yasnaya, holding on to the Mansion territory as well. Not gonna make things easy for the rest of Stalwart Esports later when they do maneuver off of that city. Stage 1 today has been rather quiet as compared to the
I
rest of the
know.
days.
Yeah. I guess the teams here don't want to start by losing some of their members, so they want to risk it. I guess this is pretty okay. I mean, you just have to be really prepared before you go into a fight. That will be the best thing that you can do. At least for me, that would be my personal take. But if you consider yourselves like to be high level players, high caliber players, then there's really no doubt or like no question about it that you guys are going for those hot drops. Or in case you're brave enough to challenge another team for a certain spot, then that's okay for you as long as you can be able to walk the talk as they call it. Now we do hear some gunshots happening from ERANGEL, but I don't think any team is really having that kind of altercation. Perhaps a long range shooting happening from some parts, but hey, okay, so the kill bid did light up. Unfortunately for
Oh.
the side of Voin Donkey, they might be losing Vexy in this exchange, but oh man, D Saber might be joining into the mix as well.
Yeah, this is going to be a 1-for-1 trade. So far, things are looking really good for D Saber as they have always looked towards the rest of Voin Donkey to pick off in this early span of match. But Voin Donkey now loses 2 members with more pressure coming onto the hillside. This is not going to be an
Mm.
easy task. Lambo tries to do it all alone. Lambo finds a mark. That only
Oh
leaves
man.
1 member left for the side of Voin Donkey, unfortunately.
Not a good start for the side of Donkey here. It was aggressive. Again, gameplay coming from Lambo right there. He actually came to finish off the job here, supported by Chua. So Chua, a very good a mid man, I guess. I mean, he is giving all the support to the IGL, which is of course Lambo. Donkey, however, losing members stage 1 could be quite challenging for them to survive or to even get to the latter stages of the game here. But of course, we're not really taking out the possibility that they can be able to pull off a miracle here and perhaps win the whole fight. But then again, it could be quite difficult. D-Saver, I guess they're already on a hunt, for the last remaining play, which is Zeta. But I guess I see them backing away, So I'm not sure if they're going for that last kill or are they gonna let him survive, live to fight another day.
Ooh boy. DX are hunting out for a whole lot more. The interesting portion of that fight between DX and One Donkey is that those 2 points that they were hoping to acquire from the drop members of Voin Donkey was actually stolen away by Alter Ego.
You go,
So
oh.
that rather unfortunate. Speaking of Alter Ego, they're holding within the zone's territory, and it is a whole lot to play for. Where is it going to end up? Is it going to be a south-centric area? Is it going to be the wheat fields of Yasnaya? Or is it going to be the urban setting of Yasnaya itself? Plenty of teams right now fighting for that position, while for Envy is going to be a trolling by the blue zone. They're going to move in with late entry with very little info to play contact out of. So we'll have to see. Zeta, he's got the monster truck, the final member standing in the way. He's just going to try to full send into the fields. He definitely has to beat that region, leaving it up to the hands of the Saber, trying to puncture through. Little shots does connect, only dropping him to 50%, not enough to take him down though. So he's going to be finding that safe refuge somewhere inside of his snap perhaps. But I believe he's just going to be trailed by the rest of the Saber. They're never going to let this point slide, as they absolutely have beef up against this member. Zeta now moves right into the sniper's nest, but it won't be safe for far too long. It's just interesting on how to Saber gave chase with only sending Levi's, the rest of the pack, now being scattered around the fields. So we'll see how DX maneuvers across this area of play.
I see was able to drop Sleepy coming off the kill feed there. No confirmation just yet as I mean if Sleepy was already sent back to the lobby there, so we'll just have to wait. But he is currently on the ground bleeding. Jumping into Bigetron, nice. We can see that Lapar is doing a little bit of spray, from here and then, not hitting any targets just yet. Sky of HORAA Esports just got shut down by Team Secret, but there is that distance between these two teams, so I guess a pickup is still possible for the side of HORAA Esports. But Victor, okay, so there's a confirmation right there. Tony K was able to seal the deal and actually sent back that player back to the lobby and gets the point. It's the same thing for Cassine. Baron now from former Vibes is already on the move, trying to get some points done as well. But we can see that Flax is doing a little bit of counter up against Baron here from that distance. I guess it's I don't know if it's still possible for him to shut down Baron from that kind of distance right there.
Yeah, it definitely is going to be a tough spot right now as teams are really battling for that control. I believe eventually the rest of Alliance, they will have to also move into a deeper area of play, but they will hold out for now for this phase C to pop once again. Teams will continue on to be in their vehicles to go for a great migration, as it will be confirmed that we will have this fight centered around the region of Yasna Polyana. So is this that golden opportunity for HORAA Esports to farm these numbers? It's really down to how well they defend their beloved city.
It's yes, Naya is the focal point of the circle right there. But have you seen the position of Alter Ego Airs? They're actually right at the edge of the circle, and there's a lot of teams headed towards that direction. So again, a great opportunity for the side of Alter Ego Airs to pick up some points as well. Looking at the Savior again, they already have one casualty. Powergen already out of the game, jumping into BTR. They're already inside Yasnaya, and the teams are already getting started to pick up some position right here. But it's not fortunate for the side of STALWART Esports and some of the players of Falcons, as they are also getting dropped, getting picked off one by one. So I don't know what kind of a reset they need or some sort of cover. But at this point, I guess it's still possible for them to revive their teammates. But East got dropped by Chuo Xavier.
Name starting to appear on screen. Phase plan so far, and network control not allowing enemies to rotate by this area of the map. VOIN Donkey, there's only so much that can be done. They will be one of the first teams to be bowing out, alongside with Vampire Esports. Now down to HORAA, we do see Molly getting a catch. Same goes to Mr. Boro that will take on Princess. Falcons now left with only half their wings pulling across, while there is the full send into the city right through the crosshair of Malik. So this is not going to be an easy task for Nurse to go for revive. Is on the other side of the wall, and now it will be the entire squad sent off for America Vibes down and out.
Yeah, it wasn't a very good position for the side of Falcons. I mean, they are cramped up in a small shack right there. Coming off the kill feed, it's Aegon I8 losing some members. Falax seems to be out of the game already. Team Secret, a GK just fired out a shot right there. Completely missed his target though. And now jumping from the third down to second just to get those players coming from STALWART Esports, and has been effective. Was able to shut down one, and he is still out there going for some more. He throws in the molly, trying to inflict a lot of pain to the remaining players of STALWART Esports. But you know what? Oh man, I don't know if they're going to be surviving this one, because we are looking at the lone survivor right here. He's getting all of the flames. And from afar, it was RQ who was able to get that score.
It's just rowdy inside of the city right now. HORAA Esports definitely dominating the charts out there with those takedowns. And then you have a full-on aggressive side of Team Secret to be taking that control over the northern region. RQ gets that free point because STALWART Esports really got nowhere else but to go, but to take the leap of faith. And even despite that, it really leaves everything pretty much bare bone. Now, what's interesting with the circle shift is that It may not end up in the city. It could still shift towards the southern corner where Udo Alliance, or should I say Alliance, is currently holding out. So good room of space for Alter Ego to slowly play the regions of the hill. But for now, if it does move out, then I think that a lot of all these players in South City will get stuck, and there might just be plenty of fights to wrap up here. We are now spotted out. It's FaZe Clan on the mark, trying to lock them into that position.
For the side of RQ, they are really taking their time here up north. It's 2-2 split. We've got two of them already inside the circle and just really taking in some information, cascading it back to the rest of the team here, while the other two is just like waiting for the ghost signal to actually get inside the circle and help the team. So far, they're taking it slow. They're playing it right, so we'll probably see them enter in a little while. Same thing goes for DRS. They're playing it safe. You know, they're staying outside of where the fight is currently happening, which is inside Yasnaya. So I guess we'll see them in just a while. We have at least 4 teams going head to head here inside Yasnaya.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a tough time for them to even sort out some of these battles. But if there's one team that loves those close quarter combat, it definitely seemed to be Team Secret. We saw how effective that push was up against STALWART Esports to eventually overwhelm them. And true enough, they are already pouncing onto these members of BTR, just hoping to connect this beautiful nade, and it will just be a perfect opening for SOAS to take charge. But there is still another member side of BTR not too far off. But some of all these areas have already been covered off. So this will be pretty much a very firm chance for SOAS to eventually secure the point. But he just missed the mark. He didn't really seem to spot Gen Fosters yet. Lapar now getting spotted by Max LV. This ain't looking all too good, but the nades are being lopped right in, trying to hold back those members of Team Secret. Well, Gen Foss is still somewhat limping. He found some good area play, and Team Secret has one member taken down.
You know what? Honestly, it was a missed opportunity for SOAS to actually get the job done, since, you know, he looked left instead of right, but it's still okay, you know? No missed opportunity right there. I mean, the fight is still ongoing. It's just lucky for Genfus, though. He is crawling back to his teammate, you know, still trying to hope that he can still get revived. But you know what? Great counter coming from BIGETRON 9. That was Satar hitting 2 birds with 1 stone.
That was so beautiful. And through these containers as well, not an easy task. And it's so hard to really navigate around the city. They don't really spot those bodies, so he knows that he has already missed the mark. And he did check the left. Oh, boy. What a battle it has been between Secret as well as BTR. Now the nades are primed into place. Break drops in that Molotov. Members of Team Secret right now currently limping, just like how BTR used to be, but they have already gotten themselves resuscitated. There is also involvement coming from Baron, for MV has now arrived to the occasion, and this is not going to be an easy task for BTR. Sandwich in between both squads. There is still some form of a room inside the city to play out, but Roy, Lions, they're happy sitting outside the fields.
I know. I mean, I could say for now it is a great position because the fight is all happening from inside Yasnaya. But if the circle will not favor Yasnaya, if it will move a little bit on the south bar, then it can be a very difficult position to defend. But then again, an accurate nade coming from Satar, ladies and gentlemen, putting down players coming from Team Secret. GK already out of the game. I can see we are looking at Break. You know, Break is the only player left for the side of Team Secret, but they were able to put up, what, 3 elimination points, so I guess that is still a decent number right there. Fnatic coming from RQ gets the job done with a DBS, taking out SOAS out of the fight, and they are still a complete squad here, which puts them, you know, like, such a great advantage.
True enough, and overall, for the rest of RQ, they're now hugging onto the outskirts. They should have actually spotted some of all the members of BTR from afar, but they want to get into the mix as well. Sa now goes for a jump shot, finds the mark. It's such a rowdy time inside the city, and there's still a whole lot more to do. Asa finds the rest of BTR right in between the way side, and there's just barely enough space to squeeze for BTR eventually getting overwhelmed. One member left inside of BTR, while there is still break involved. They're getting one member from the side of RQ being knocked out as they continue on with the chase. This time to get a fight up against the side of Jiki, or should I say break, to be the final member. And that nade connects. Oh my goodness, Seems Secret is doing it. But another nade sent towards the top, that will secure it. The Pecco now goes toe-to-toe up against their nemesis, BTR. I believe that they will just go in for the revives and just leave a little bit of that opening for Star to actually move around the field side. But he's definitely out for blood. Now that he's all alone, there's just nothing much that they can gain other than to take more of these fights. So it's double or nothing. Speaking of which, they will toss the Molotov and they will actually clip onto the Pecco. He should be able to be okay for now.
Okay, so I guess RQ has finally gotten down their tempo, but right now they're dealing with the boys of BTR. We can see that Nerpeiko, aka Zuing, for this match, is already on the ground floor of the building where Sitar is actually at. And now we've got Asa trying to flush him out. He goes in! Tries to go in from inside that window, but unfortunately, Asa was too quick on the trigger right there, was able to shut him down. For Miracle Vibes, 5 elimination points, still doing great so far. There's still a complete squad here, which is, again, a huge advantage considering the fact that we are already at the latter stages of the game. But most of the teams are getting evacuated out of Yasnaya Volnaya. And this is what we were talking about just a while ago. Now that for Miracle Vibes as well as HORAA Esports FAZE, then they will have to deal with one another before they can even get inside the circle.
Yeah, it's been so tough for these teams to hold out. And for those citizens out there, they're just hoping to wrap up the battles as quickly as they can. You know, to my surprise as well, HORAA Esports, they were playing a very defensive role. They've only gotten 4 points out of all these battles where eventually these teams were just running inside of buildings. And HORAA Esports says they don't want to take part in that. Now that DRS is already off of the game, this is the best chance for HORAA Esports. While SA finds Roy Esports. Alter Eagle on the outskirts, being tagged by For Miracle Vibes. So they're definitely doing a whole lot. But shots fired from side of HORAA Esports will now draw the attention span of the rest of 4MV. This might just be a close battle between the two, but HORAA Esports, they say they want to get out of the situation. They got those vehicles pretty much ready to move off, but is this going to be a good call?
Oh.
I don't know. It's going to be very difficult for MVs around the corner. Meanwhile, FaZe Clan, they will shred the approach coming in from all these members of Alter Eagle, or should I say Roy Esports. So they can go in for the pickup. 8 points already in the bag for FaZe Clan.
Honestly, they did a massive cleanup, you know, from the edge of the circle there. They know they will have to deal with them because they don't want to have any problems later on. So I guess they mean, you know, business right here. But from the kill feed, it's definitely lining up. Once again, ladies and gents, Alter Ego Eras seems to be losing members quite a lot, to be honest. HORAA Esports, they are still alive and kicking, with Malik bagging most of the kills here out of the 4 elimination points they have as a team. They are at the edge of the circle as well. We've got Malik on the screen looking at the remaining players coming from, I can see the green team, which is Alliance, and what an impressive nade coming from Malik right here. Now he needs to deal with Leon, the last surviving member, with a DBS shot, and gets the job done as well. Alliance was able to flip the script up against HORAA Esports. Leon, the knight in shining armor for Alliance, was able to shut down Malik from that distance.
Yeah, but he's all up alone, trying to play for more of that placement point for the rest of Alliance, while HORAA Esports right now dealing with difficulties up against For Miracle Vibes. This isn't going to be the cut, as that will be the final blow being dealt against HORAA Esports. 5 points gained, trailing closer to DRS, but not enough to actually go in for more.
All right, here we go. There's that music that's giving me all the anxiety for the final 5 teams that we have stage 6 here in ERANGEL. We've got Juke from Roy Esports. Oh man, what a brutal shot coming from two of D-Saver. They now have 5 elimination points, which bring us down to 4 teams remaining. 4 Miracle Vibes is still at the top of the chart here with the team that will bag the chicken dinner, followed by D-Saver. We got FAZE and of course Alliance. Alliance being the least here because of the fact that they're down to their last player remaining. 9 Noise is not making any noise so far because he just got buried 6 feet under. Same thing goes with Levi's currently on the ground, courtesy of Ruthless here.
My, that shot through the sniper's nest. There was actually the tree within the site, but somehow the massive spot right through. Here goes for Miracle Vibes. Really taking over on these corners, but it is still going to be a play outside of the Winfields. Baseman, despite playing so well, only left with 1, and now getting rushed over by Apex. Played by the weak stack, but that is not going to be enough. Apex just secures it. 10 points in. 4 Miracle Vibes are absolutely gunning for a whole lot. And guess what? That prediction of yours for 4 Miracle Vibes might actually come true. Was it the last game or this game that you voted for it?
This game, but I don't want to say anything because I don't want to jinx anything. Okay, let's see. All right, 3 teams remaining, and now I think something is definitely changing for stage number 7. Because the statistics is actually showing us that D-Saver right now has the biggest chance of scoring that winner chicken dinner. It's a 3v3v1. Again, Alliance is not joining into the mix as well, considering the fact that, hey, they are on their last surviving member. But let's see what's going to happen as a Lambo right now trying to flush out the remaining players, or the remaining player coming from Alliance with all of the nades. Lamborghini, again, being aggressive at this point. Can he get the job done, though?
That's right. There's definitely a lot of things that is yet to be answered right now. The rest of 4 Miracle Vibes, they can play for positions as the rest of D-Saver. They've been pretty much roaming their way out in the fields, trying to get themselves pretty much well defended, while Lambo's been dropping nades after nades, not really allowing any space to play with for Leon. So that is going to be a nade toss into his area of cover, but that is not going to be all too much of a space for him to work around with. Now, the Savior actually finds himself with a little bit of advantage to the zone, but they've been lurking around these members of 4 Miracle Vibes for the longest time. They have yet to reveal themselves, but once they do, this could be devastating for 4 Miracle Vibes, despite having maybe a little bit of significant advantage at this moment, because the rest of the Savior seemingly spread out, now hiding inside the smoke. So he's not being able to get that vision upon the members of 4 Miracle Vibes. Yeah. Still yet to be sorted. Leon's, how is he going to deal with this situation?
Oh, man. You know, Lambo is not giving up on this one. And good spot right there coming from Leon. Okay, I mean, he was able to shut down Lambo from that point, so which is amazing. And now 4 Miracle Vibes, Baron heard those shots. He knows exactly where the point has gone. He knows where he actually needs to head to kind of get another point done. But let's see what's going to happen, because on the screen we can see that Levi's is actually trying to heal up, but Baron has been putting out a lot of nades here, going for the quick pickup. And I guess 4 Miracle Vibes, this just needs to be a little bit more patient, I guess, and just play their cards right to get the chicken dinner.
Yeah, the patience definitely played off the way that they held out inside Snyder. Now taking all the fights outskirts between Levi's. Levi does manage to go in for the exchange, but he is falling short. And it has been absolutely overwhelming. 2 members left for inside of 4 Miracle Vibes. They've taken notice of the final member of the Alliance, but probably have already lost sight for the moment. It could be the craziest clutch coming in from Alliance if they can still manage to deal the final blow. Rip is now running across the corner, and he is slowly getting shot down. He managed to clear up the angle, but he needs to know where exactly the other final member is currently at. He even spots out Baron. This could be it. The moment to shine for Alliance. Now pushing upwards. Snake's now being tossed right in. Baron secures it. A big bang for 4 Miracle Vibes, as they will secure themselves a chicken dinner, and at that 1 point of tally for Red Queen.
What an amazing final shot coming from Baron right there. Although it was pretty intense, you know, it was nerve-wracking considering the fact that, you know, Leon hold on, for as long as he could. If we can remember, Lamborghini was actually out there hunting him out, trying to flush him out from that compound. But Lamborghini wasn't successful enough because Leon was able to take that advantage, climb on the rooftop, and actually spots Lamborghini and gets the point. So it was a back and forth situation. Even with For Miracle Vibes, there was that possibility that Leon can actually pull off a great miracle there for his team to win that chicken dinner. But Baron said like, oh no, that's not gonna happen. This chicken dinner is ours, and gets the job done.
Yeah, that was perfectly played out by For Miracle Vibes. They have took on multiple trades inside the city. They have also done a lot of damage throughout the course of the battle, and therefore they reap the rewards and will walk away with these massive haul of points. Of course, that said, For Miracle Vibes, where will they place right after this? We'll definitely keep our eyes peeled onto what could potentially be result for the moment. Now, to get a look at this, there's also massive tally of points earned from the members of FaZe Clan, Alliance, as well as the Saber in this round, where we get a little bit of everything with a lot of all these troubles being put into great effects. But what's impressive is 30 grenades coming out of For Miracle Vibes. That's insane.
That is insane. And again, I would just have to say it that Leon did an amazing job. It was pretty close to, for him to get eliminated, but he did everything that he could to actually save the team and was able to land at second place, which is, again, a stellar performance coming from Alliance. Now, head to head, it's up against 9 Noise of FaZe Clan. Damage output, we are still seeing Leon here, even with the elimination points. But for the team contribution, I guess, yeah, it's all Leon right here.
Yeah, Leon definitely have really rise up to the standings out there. Baron, we absolutely love to see his smile, and once again claiming the MVP title. You saw the damage being done, and he was the one to seal the final blow to secure the chicken dinner for the squad. So impressive performance coming in from For Miracle Vibes. We love to see more out of the team in the last few rounds to play, as we only have about 3 more games to sort out. We'll definitely have to check onto the rest of the pack. 9 Noise for his very own Malik, and also Asa. Everybody's getting those 4-pointers out there, alongside with Baron to be the main man of the show.
Oh man. Well, Baron definitely flexing a muscle right here, being one of the top performers for match number 15 here in ERANGEL. And if in case you guys just tuned in, this is the second ERANGEL for this evening, but we still have one more to go. That would be the last ERANGEL for this round, and we are left with just 2 more rounds, and that would be in MIRAMAR. But for the match ranking, ladies and gents, it's 23 points for Mongolia's For Miracle Vibes, followed by FaZe Clan of Clanland with 13, Alliance, The Savior. All of these 4 teams ended the game with double-digit score.
That's right, and overall, it's just big points for the top-heavy teams out there. And once again, Alter Ego Aries, they were playing for a whole lot of all these elims moving into this matchup. So I'm not too surprised seeing how they've been able to really get those massive numbers out there. And this time, very standard numbers with a total of 10 headshot, and Zeta takes over with 300 over meters of elimination. So decent effort, as we're definitely going to see a whole lot more. But VOIN Donkey, it has been tough for them on that early game. So I want to see when we move into Miramar, will they finally get their moment to shine? But the overall rankings, we start to see a lot more teams dropping to the second page as FaZe Clan takes over to the top 8. Today's been their day so far.
And check it out, with a massive performance just like that coming from For Miracle Vibes, they were able to move up 3 ranks. They are now at 100 points with 1 winner with chicken dinner. DRS seems to be doing a great job, maintaining their top position with 146, but we're talking about a 5-point lead. So HORAA Esports and the rest of the teams down there on the ranks, it's big potential for them to actually snatch the throne out of DRS. So what is DRS going to do now that we are left with only 3 matches remaining?
Yeah, it is definitely trolling hot right behind them, where HORAA Esports still have plenty of good chances to play this out Whereas we see the rise of a lot of all these Southeast Asian teams as well moving into this entirety of the evening first, on top of the performance of formatical vibes that have been able to secure this chicken dinner. So far, a lot of curveballs have been thrown into the wrenches, and I am just for certain that we're gonna get some really epic showdown heading into this. And I gotta also compliment you. You've got a really nice setup going on to your side and with the colors and looking absolutely pink out there. I love the vibes.
Well, thank you so much. We gotta do what we gotta do, and that is to cast Ruthless Hype Esports, a night of champions. I don't want to miss this. I think I've missed quite enough, so we're gonna take it down right now for the final 3 matches. Don't go away, ladies and gents. We'll be right back after this.
Welcome back, ladies and gents, to the Night of Champions, all brought to you by Ruthless Hype Esports. Make sure you hit that sub button as Contra here alongside with Red Queen will take you through to the final round of ERANGEL before we move into the last few matches in Miramar. So only 3 matches remaining, and definitely there is a whole lot for these teams to do to be crowned as champions. Now, I can't wait to see how this one plays out. But before we move into that, it's time to move into the predictions, as we got a lot to talk about. You know, well, a lot of all these teams were really putting a lot of pressure onto all these matches, and now down to this. I'll let you start first, Red Queen. Who you're going for this time?
All right, ladies first. Okay. So I did pick Alter Ego Areas, I did pick DRS, HORAA Esports as well. But you know what? I feel like there's a huge comeback coming from HORAA Esports. So I'm gonna go ahead and lock them in for the final ERANGEL of this tournament. The final time for them to break their limits and actually get that chicken. So HORAA, locking it in.
Nice. And for esports, I mean, it'll be very predictable for me to go for DRS at this very moment. So I guess I'll go for number 3, Alter Ego, because they're still up and running.
That's a good pick right there. That's a good pick. We've been talking about it, you know, from the get-go, that Alter Ego Eras. Man, these guys are pretty explosive, you know, for the final day of the Night of Champions, and they have been racking a lot of points, double-digit scores. So I guess what's missing, you know, the cherry on top would be the chicken dinner. So let's see if they can actually get the chicken dinner for this final ERANGEL this evening. We're still waiting for production to lock in their choice. They now have 3 points, but we are pretty determined to overtake them when it comes to getting the right ones.
I'm just looking for a time, man, and they're looking at a back-to-back win for Miracle Vibes. Took them long enough to actually think about who to exactly take, but hey, definitely a wise choice overall. So, you know, today's placing of ERANGEL has been so slow in the sense that teams are playing very carefully as compared to back in day 1, day 2. Everyone's just going in for, you know, all these massive showdowns in the early span of the match. I'm hoping to actually see now the teams without all too much stakes to perhaps throw those wrenches, throw those curveballs, throw everything on the line to make a disruption. I want to see that happen.
Honestly, I would love to for that to happen as well, especially coming from STALWART Esports and ROY Esports. I mean, they have nothing to lose at this point, so what they need to do is just cause trouble for some of the teams up there on the first page, especially for those teams who are currently at the top 3 spots. So, you know, just to have a little fun, you know, break the ice or something, or just really go for something that's never been done before. STALWART Esports, I know that these guys are, you know, quite powerful inside the battlefield, but they are not open to showing their cards, you know, for this pseudo stage. I mean, this is an off-season tournament. This is just like a sneak peek of what's about to come for the PMGC. But Stalwarts, they're playing it low-key. So I am really, really curious, you know.
Yeah, me too. Like STALWART Esports, I believe that there is some hope for them to really make a mark in the matches. If they want to play for a chicken dinner, by all means do so, because no more hot drops this time. They do have a lot more space. I can't really say the same once they move into Miramar, because Miramar anything that actually happened. But we're waiting for our final ERANGEL match. I wonder if that's going to be set into place real soon. But of course, we have a whole lot of adjustments coming from even the teams when it comes down to their drop locations and the way that they have maneuvered. To me, I really have liked how DRS played out, especially during those early span of the round. They always look to go in for that late wrap, but certain positions is just really hard to do, especially on that last round where you saw it was around the fields of Yasnaya, so it was very difficult for some of these members of DRS to get by. So I hope that they will be able to really put up a decent showing. And maybe what I'm really hoping for is to see a direct challenge like the DRS versus HORAA Esports matchup. Like, we haven't really got to that. There was that moment maybe 2 games ago where they were close, but it was DRS that take up the fight against Roy then to move up to the rest of HORAA Esports.
Yeah, you're definitely right. But you know what? If former Vibes did an awesome job in the second ERANGEL for this evening, and they actually moved up ranks, it is not too late at all for Vampire Esports and as well as the Savior. Currently, they are still at the second page together with Alliance. Um, uh, but I guess they've done quite a good job, for the previous match. I do hope they can bring in the same kind of power, for the last ERANGEL this evening. So hopefully we can see them actually catapult themselves back to page number one, just to give a little spice, for everything that has been going on for this tournament.
That's right. Overall, it's been a massive run out there. Even now, the stakes are a little bit lower for those guys who are hanging over the second page, but they are definitely looking for preparations, whether it's a run for the PMGC or maybe even not. Like, it's good to always see a high quality level of performance coming in from all the teams out there. So, yeah, I can't wait to actually get into, the next official tournament to see how they perform. And this has been the best of platform out there. You guys will have to continue to support some of your favorite teams out there. Maybe even if they're not looking like they're going to be champions, but hey, a little support will definitely go a whole long way. Speaking of which, it is time for us to move into the final map of ERANGEL.
Yeah, and also there's that MVP battle going on for Alter Ego Era's Rosemary. There's also No Fear of HORAA Esports, and of course Sleepy of DRS. So far, it is still Sleepy that's been holding on to that top spot, but Alter Ego's Rosemary, we all know what this guy can do inside the battlefield and just how many scores he can actually put under his name. So I guess we'll just have to wait and see, because this is the final ERANGEL, but we still got two more MIRAMAR. So hold on to your seats, ladies and gents, as we begin the final ERANGEL battle for the Night of Champions, brought to you by Ruthless Esports.
That's right. This time we'll see a very different cross section as we will begin in STALWART yet again, but it's a very northern flight that we're taking a look at. We'll expect to see different type of drops coming in for names like Team Falcons and perhaps even more to go. But I'm liking what I'm getting so far. So we might even see a little bit of an early skirmish happening. So we'll keep our eyes open up for that. Early drops coming from STE, moving to Pavka, standard stuff, while RQ moves into Kameshki. So we will expect to actually get a little bit of that tussle inside of South George as well as North George, where I would expect maybe names like Team Secret, FaZe Clan, and even Alter Ego over on the far corner of the map.
And also just notice the fact that No Fear has been taken out from the multi eliminations and was replaced by Levi's of the Savior, even with the most knockouts and headshots, I guess. So, that was quite a turn of events. So we're seeing a kind of a slowdown for the side of HORAA Esports, but not at all coming from RRQ. We've got Asa putting in the work, shutting down players from the other side right here, and I think they're going to be winning this fight. So an early fight just happened around Kameshki area, and RQ is now collecting some points out of Vampire Esports. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, it hasn't been a real good day for some of these members of Vampire Esports. Starting off with that newsy disconnection coming from that past game, and then over here, we're also getting pretty much the same sort of ordeal. Therefore, I'm not really fancying so much of a hope for Tony Kid to survive right now. Left with very little space, very little HP bars to also work with, so this is just going to be a tough one. And RQ, they start off really strong. Big 4 points to open up their account.
I guess, for the side of Vampire Esports, they're not wearing their daylight rings. Okay, they just got burned alive by RQ. And in another part of town, we've got Alter Ego Era's getting some points as well. It's Boysil with 1 elimination point for the team. We can see that Team Falcons already has 1 casualty. Nerdset already out of the game. I don't see what's that? Well, who's their other player? I forgot the name. We'll get back to that one later on.
Whoa.
But
Look at
a gun
this.
high eight, yeah, headed towards Sosnovka military base, and right behind them are the boys coming from former Gold 5. So this is gonna be a tough last ERANGEL match since the circle has dropped down to the south part area, which is of course always a challenge for all the teams here.
Yeah, I just don't know why every final game they will have to throw the biggest of curveballs, especially now. Teams will have to make that quick advancement into the Southern Island. I'm not sure if this is going to be a clear-cut answer for any of these teams involved, but hey, it is what it is. They'll have
It
to
is.
make deal with the current situation.
Oof. Okay, so great start so far for the final wrangle. We already have one team who got the boot. That would be Vampire Esports. And given the situation, given the circle that we have, I think we're definitely going to be seeing more teams to exit the game in just a while. Probably we will see some fireworks happen during stage 3 at least, where teams have already managed to do their migration from the main peninsula to military base.
True enough, and for now, FaZe Clan, they will be absolutely getting themselves ready for those potential tussle, while the rest of the field will just be eyeing on to how exactly to get to the island. HORAA Esports goes in for a very early move into the island already, so it's good to see HORAA Esports. They are definitely playing for a big win here.
Hmm. Oh man. Okay. So Hora, they need to pick up the pace. Obviously, I mean they have dropped the ball somewhere, but it is not too late for Hora Esports, of course, to take down DRS from the top spot. It is just a 5 point lead, so I guess they will just have to play this one aggressively if they would want to reclaim the throne. As for DRS, they are down here at Novo getting all the resources they need. They need to make sure that they have enough first aid kits, pretty much like what Chama is doing right now. Inside his backpack, you can actually get 6 first aid kits.
Yeah, there's a plenty out there that he got in stocks just to play out that end game. For now, it's going to be major rotations as well as plays to be claimed by a majority of the teams. Still looking for pretty decent of how the teams are definitely maneuvering across the fields. But we'll have to continue playing a little bit of a waiting game coming out of all these squads out there. So for the moment, it's going to be just a quiet timeout as 4MV sets up by the western corner of the fields. Not too concerning just yet. No passerbys nor any signs of life at the moment. But FaZe Clan is playing on a very different bridge. This one's on the north. So they're just hoping to eventually hold out up against one of the teams that are currently over onto the north side of the map.
They were pretty quick, with how they actually have gotten all of their resources. I mean, they were, one of the teams who were fast on actually migrating down south. So I guess positioning yourself in that angle could pretty much get you all the points that you need to maintain your lead, I guess, in the overall ranking. Same thing goes for former Vibes. I mean, they're already getting into position here, just making sure that whoever passes the bridge will get all of the retaliation coming from former Vibes. So we'll just have to wait and see as this seems to make their way going south.
True. Team Secret having a very tough luck right now. And for certain, I would believe that there are even more of all these hustle coming in later on, as there were a bunch of teams around that south side of the region. Therefore, it's just a little bit of a standstill. No casualties coming in from either side of the party. But of course, only making certain assumptions that FaZe Clan, they know that this is going to be a tough rotation. They rather go ahead to take fights now. That's going to be an easy target. Brick now runs across.
My Noise, when is he going to choose to strike? He loses that opportunity right now.
Hmm. He's pretty quiet, he's not moving any muscle. So he has that element of surprise to catch break off guard here. He's got a pretty good backup. We've got SA on the rooftop, so great vantage point right there. So far, they're just observing Break at this point. Break, although been getting some damage from behind. Not quite sure if it's coming from FaZe Clan, coming from some of their other members, or perhaps on their team right up behind them.
Yeah, and honestly, with no vehicles, how exactly does Team Secret survive? They're so patient with this. I mean, they could just move in the zone and get that one
Whoa.
corner out there. This zone now
Wow.
closes towards the direction of Roy, ASI8. 4 Miracle Vibes is in the equation. And I'm pretty sure production is super happy with his prediction right now because the chances are they will at least be in the top 5. FaZe Clan finally decides to strike, taking down Max LB. Well, more and more names dropping out from the side of Team Secret. SOAS slowly getting chipped down. And it's only down to 1 member remaining. So that was a plot that they've been waiting for a very long time. So down to Brick. He gets a little bit of bird's eye view, but quickly sorted out with a drive-by as a decoy. Perfect stuff for FaZe Clan for that 4 points. And do they now have those vehicles? Yes, they do. They will just steal it away from the fallen members of Team Secret.
Yeah. Well, it is Battle Royale. Survival is the name of the game. And that was a great setup right there coming from FaZe Clan. Great ambush. I mean, Team Secret did not have a chance so far because they didn't know what was coming. But anyway, 14 teams remaining, ladies and gents. 6 elimination points set out by RRQ. Oh my goodness. They are still outside of the zone here. I guess there you go. Asa going for fishing right there. He was able to spot Zeta from under the water, so I guess RQ right now is about ready to leave this spot and actually head on towards the military base to score more points. But at this situation, could be hard to go there, considering the fact that there will be plenty of teams that would camp right around the edge of the circle.
Yeah, it's been increasingly difficult, especially for Vexy right now. He loses team members, he loses the boat. Rest of RQ stealing all the stashes as well. This is not gonna be a easy task for VOIN Donkey to get by. No vehicles as well. Meanwhile, HORAA Esports finds themselves a catch inside the middle base. We'll just have Malik to secure the points. HORAA Esports. This could be a really good chance. We saw a 5-point differential and now they close it to 4 up against the rest of DRS. VOIN Donkey now finds that vehicle, trills at the back of these members of RQ, and he's definitely looking for revenge. Oh, there you go. Perfect angles coming through, and they are definitely working this out. Full sprays, there definitely was a little bit of retaliation. They find this more rough to get a little cover up, but the spray's going a little far to why Vexy, I mean, good ideas, but that is not going to cut it. And speaking of which, if he decides to hightail into the bridge, this is the perfect option to do so. The bridge has been cleared up. And meanwhile, we still have a battle by the bridge from DX as well as BTR. Baseline coming in very late over the south side. This circle moving deeper and deeper for 4MV to play this out.
Oh, man. Okay, so STALWART Esports getting some damage. Boy Seal dropping to his knees there, bleeding out there in the open. We've got another player, Og for. So this is quite hard to pronounce, but yeah, he's doing a massive spray so far up against Alliance. Apex on your screen dealing with alter ego errors, but that was such a great jump shot coming from Rosemary, hence getting the point. Unfortunately, though, right up behind them are the players coming from former Miracle 5s, and Rosemary got shot down as well. Ruthless taking all the damage, and we already have 2 players coming from the side of former Miracle 5s is currently on the ground. I don't think a pickup would be possible at this point.
Yeah, they're definitely going in for a trade right now. Meanwhile, STALWART Esports defending up against the Alliance. Trying to make things a little bit cheeky right there. Leon's does drop in a grenade. Orgly is already being knocked down, and slowly they are getting overwhelmed, but there's still a little bit of that space where they manage to hold out, knocking one of the members of the side of Team Secret, moving outwards. Sancher finds it, and now down to 1v1.
Oh man, after such strong and powerful performance come from Alter Ego, whereas they just got shut down here. Last ERANGEL, stage number 3 for the tournament. Sancheer from STALWART Esports right now with an S12K going in for the charge for the main players coming from Alliance right here. He is going back and forth doing some catch and melt here. I can't say that this is such a long shot, for Sancheer, but he's doing an awesome job, trying to shut down these players from Alliance.
They definitely are. Meanwhile, Flax, can he actually go in for the revive? He will get a little bit of a ridge to get the cover from Sancheer. Will try to heal himself. He understands that they need to do so. So it could quickly turn into a 2 versus 1. Now there is that nade to be primed over on the lower side of the hill. But that will quickly be Leo bleeding out. It's already stage 3. Not easy to even play this out. Sancheer actually finds the mark. He could actually take down the entirety of Alliance. Those nades are landing towards Leo. Leo tries to heal up. And I think that he is definitely going to hightail out of the situation. Still going for another revive. A long toss right downwards. And that clip of the grenade might just be what he needed. He's only down to bandages.
Oh,
He's trying to actually survive. The nade falls in. Alliance still having to be OP. Where was he when the team needed him the most? Because this guy needs to do a whole lot.
Oh man, but if we are gonna be paying close attention to the remaining resources right inside the backpack, we only have 2 first aid kits, left for Sancheer to use here, and he is so far away from the circle, so I don't know how long he's gonna last in this situation. The savior right now, Levi's, is dealing with the remaining players coming from FaZe Clan. We've got Chua on the top of the bridge here. Great vantage points so far, and a great grenade elimination coming from Sancheer once again. And I do believe the savior just got the boot out of ERANGEL, exiting the game with 3 elimination points, which brings us down to just 10 teams remaining, and we are just at stage number 4.
Yeah, they were holding out against BTR by the bridge for a very long time inside of Blue Zone. And none of them emerged as victors. Like, BTR, sure, they fall short. D-Savior got all these points, but was it worth it? Not exactly the case. Rift is now being spotted by Falak. So it will open up that room. For MV, we saw them really putting up quite a decent fight. Now it's only down to Baron. ASI8, they have all the numbers advantage up against these 2 members of 4MV, who's currently still out in the field. Princess now shows up, takes down members of ASI8, IQ being knocked. But what exactly is the circumstance here? Do they focus onto Falcons or even push up against 4MV? It seems like they want to go in for a push. So Nachi was going to go in for a chase, but there is one lurking inside the shack. Baron does take that freebie. And ASIA looking a little bit sloppy right there. He needs to pop a perfect nade.
Yeah.
And shots are being fired from the back as well.
I know. I mean, this is really hard, for the side of Aegon I8, considering the fact that they are going up against former Vibes, and this is such a hard compound to actually penetrate. And so former Vibes been doing a great job so far holding down the fort. We're down to the last remaining player coming from the side of Aegon I8, but you know what? Baron's been getting damage as well from the other teams that's been surrounding this particular area. FaZe Clan is about ready to join into the fight, and again, an accurate nade so far coming from Meow Meow.
What a big blow out there, where the rest of ASI8 definitely could have actually played that one a little bit cleaner. Now the range is open up for the rest of FaZe Clan to also take up this fight on the weakened side of 4MV. But 4MV, they managed to hold out strong. Could they reenact the similar scenes as they managed to drop?
Wow.
SA takes down that player very quickly as well. So they're outnumbered but never outgunned.
Yeah, I don't see FaZe Clan slowing down at any point. I mean, they were able to put up quite huge number of points up there, but a Arrow again with a massive nade shutting down Meow Meow. So we're
Wow.
down to, I guess, the lone survivor. Formerical Vibes now hunting the last remaining player of FaZe Clan. Arrow with a DPS shot, but completely missed his target here. But there's another team that might be joining into the mix here, and that would be the boys of RQ, if I'm not mistaken.
Meanwhile, they have to sort this out quickly before RQ arrives to the seat. And yes, indeed, you're absolutely correct. Where Baron managed to also spot that member. They take down FaZe Clan. Oh my, Formerical Vibes. They're absolutely doing it. But it has been 10 points haul for side of FaZe Clan. They have definitely taken charge. Baron still nails them down. How many more fights can they win? RRQ now storms through. They will eventually find themselves in the mark. And overture by the Portage for Esports on that 5 elimination points, taking on their rivals, DRS. Set out. And this is that chance that HORAA has been looking for. And we finally get that rupture of the fight between the top 2 teams.
From 16, we're now down to 3. And just like what you said, this could be the golden opportunity for HORAA Esports to, I guess, make up for the lost points from the previous matches that we just had. DRS is already out of the game, so it is, an advantage for the side of HORAA. Roy Esports, however, they have the biggest chance of scoring the winner chicken dinner according to the statistics here. 5 elimination points. Sky already out of the game, so even though HORAA Esports playing with 3 of their members, we're not taking out the possibility that they can actually still close this thing. Roy Esports, oh man, they need the win. Although they don't have anything to lose and they don't have anything to gain so far, considering the fact that they are at the second page. But man, if they get the chicken dinner for this one, a round of applause for this Vietnamese team.
Yeah, right now, there's just so much on the line. Wait, a hovercraft in the open? I mean, it's super slow. It's us really utilizing this in the final battle. This is a rare sight to behold. But hey, I'm liking what I'm seeing coming from Roy Esports. A little bit of a rare occasion for this to be brought forward to play, but this could be like a tank of a bunker of circle for them to actually use in the final battle. And just looking at the speed of it, yeah, a little bit questionable if you really want to dive into the mix of a fight, but hey, that definitely will draw a whole lot of attention for Esports. Now it has to go up against a really on-firm side of Formerical Vibes, who have basically overwhelmed all these targets. RRQ, it's crazy how much damage these 2 players have been able to dish out. It was still unfortunate that they had to go up against Alter Ego and lose those 2 members early on, but now they definitely know that HORAA is inside of the court. So they will try to put a little bit of pressure. So if that's going to be any form of shift of the zone, HORAA might actually get into trouble.
Oh, that could be the case, and many hearts will be broken if HORAA loses the fight. We all know that they need a win, you know. Formerical Vibes, they do have the momentum and the consistency. They have 9 eliminations so far, and they are in a good spot, you know, I can say. Roy Esports, they are scattered inside the circle. You know, they have been scouting. They're probably discussing, you know, the best way to approach this situation. But as for Formerical Vibes and HORAA, both of the teams know exactly where they are at the moment. So perhaps we will have to wait up until stage 6 to happen for these teams to actually go head to head. But so far we are experiencing and witnessing a Mexican standoff between these 3 teams.
That's right. Roy Esports also holding down the doors against the members of HORAA Esports. So this is definitely going to be a tough ordeal for the rest of HORAA Esports to actually move out into the fields, and it's just going to be an area where it's pretty much open for the taking for MVE to just go in for a shootout. Well, what's interesting from Roy Esports is that they moved from hovercrafts into bikes, and what a tap that was towards Malik. Thankfully, he does have, you know, just about enough armory with him. So it's not going to be all too worrisome for the time being. Now, question now still remains: how exactly do they play this out? Because right at this very moment, there is only some small wiggle room for them to really hold out. While the rest of For Miracle Vibes, they're just waiting for the right opportunity where they could also spot some movements coming in from Roy Esports eventually. They're still taking the hug of a crop though. I want to see how that could be brought into the mix of a fight. So a little bit of a waiting game and a very slow moving side of Roy Esports. I mean, my guy, you guys gotta wrap things up too. It's just a little bit standstill. We'll just wait for the phase to close up, I guess.
Yeah, honestly, if we're gonna be looking at the situation, all three teams are waiting where the circle will land. Since, you know, stage 6 pretty much still includes everyone, there's no pressure just yet for the three teams to actually have the exchange happen, not unless, you know, they could just inflict damage and pain up against you know, the opposition. As we can see on the screen, Malik has been doing, you know, a lot of spray up against Arrow here, and Arrow's doing the same thing. But then again, you still have to consider the distance. What is happening is that if they continue on inflicting pain and damage onto each other, I guess what will happen is the fact that the integrity of the armors will then be lessened.
That's all that there is. I mean, they should have a couple of Mets to get themselves pretty much revitalized. But that area being compromised makes it very difficult for that member of Form MV to even move out about, since he's prone on the rocks. So it is definitely a little bit of that standoff that will not last for far too long, because we're about to see the next circle appear. Who does it favor? Let's check it out.
Ooh!
Centralized. I guess they're not really moving too much, but Roy Esports will now have to make an appearance.
Yeah, definitely. So, judging by the situation, For Miracle Vibes is a bit on a disadvantage, considering that we are only seeing, you know, 2 of their members play. HORAA Esports with 3, so I guess, yeah, they do have the biggest chance of scoring the winner chicken dinner. But what I love about this circle is the fact that everyone needs to get into the middle part, right? So where there are less covers, you know, less trees, and so it's a big risk, you know, for all the 3 teams here. I guess whoever is quicker when it comes to the trigger, then that team will definitely win.
True enough, while we wait for the next amount of action, you know, there is a package out in the open which comes in. Can we check out what's in the package while we wait for, you know, the players to sort things out? Well, I guess not. Arrow now moves deeper within the fields. The rest of HORAA Esports doing exactly the same. They are going to get a little cover out of the rocks. The rest of the field is pretty open up. So could this put the rest of HORAA Esports in a disadvantage, where Roy Esports, they have a lot of squad strength to really go up against either side of the party? From here, no fear, but actually get certain angles up against the rest of For Miracle Vibes. But it is definitely taking a long while. The silence has been broken coming in from Silence. Here comes those nades. Is it going to connect? It's going to be a long toss. But I think this is absolutely dodgeable. It also bounces off that rock, unfortunately. So he has to crawl closer, but he is not allowed to do so.
Honestly, For Miracle Vibes, they don't have that much option. They will have to manage these 2 teams, and they will have to go for a split here. And HORAA Esports will definitely capitalize on this situation. There goes the charge coming from HORAA, and now Malik doing some massive spray up against Arrow. Gets the job done. For Miracle Vibes now exit the game with 10 elimination points, which brings us down to just HORAA and Roy. It's a 3v2 situation, but we all know HORAA needs a win, so I am assuming that they will go all out right here in this exchange.
You're definitely spotting out Tuss on that hovercraft. Barely any form of space to cover for now. Eventually, they will have to go in for a split. The good news is that there's barely any more members from inside of HORAA Esports to take plenty of angles. So HORAA Esports definitely are the hot favorites to eventually wrap this match, but
they got to really take space while they currently have that area to do so. Tusk now stuck behind, and I believe that hovercraft has already been blown to bits. Well, taking their sweet time, they don't want any form of error, but I would expect Mr. Bottle and the rest of HORAA Esports to be able to seal the match. Roy so far performing really well. 2 games for the entirety of this final day of finals. I've seen them coming into a top 3 finish at the very least, but they're slowly drawing out the patience coming in from HORAA Esports. And HORAA says, you know what, take your sweet time. We got a lot on the line. We don't want to make any form of mistakes, because right now, as much as they're already ahead against DRS, they want to create an even bigger margin of a gap.
All right, here we go. The intensity is, of course, rising. HORAA Esports obviously has all the advantages, the numbers, the position. Roy Esports, I don't know what kind of tactics they need to pull out from the situation, but Juke seems to know what he's doing. He is on the ground, just slithering like a snake here, going up behind the tree for some cover. Tusk has been popping out some smokes to not compromise his position. But so far, HORAA Esports has been taking their sweet time as well. But we can see that Mr. Borrow is actually dropping a lot of bombs up against Tusk.
Yes, they are right now going for that exchange. Well, they might be able to chip away some health bar, but they're losing a lot of that vision. Those sprays are starting to connect. And the longer it takes for HORAA Esports, the more space Roy will eventually get, and right now they might actually see a little bit of that advantage. Those nades are being primed right into the smokes. For what it's worth, honestly, they could just maybe risk 1 life to get a little bit of that opening and go for that heavy fire, but slowly as it settles down, they are doing just like I said. Driving by, they should actually know this is 2K now running around the corner, and finally they secure it. This is it. HORAA Esports gets yet another chicken dinner and will be on top of the playing field. Will they be able to hold on in Miramar? We shall see, but it has been a clinical finish to secure them that podium spot.
Hey, and Red Queen gets the point, because HORAA Esports is my team prediction for this round. I just know that this guy's gonna do a major comeback, hence getting the top spot, you know, out of DRS's hands. So there you go, ladies and gents. We've got No Fear Malik, Mr. Borrow, and of course Sky putting up such great effort, you know, to try and reclaim the throne, and they did that. So exactly like that.
My. Perfectly on time as well before they hit into those runs in Miramar. So far, HORAA Esports have gotten big win ratios inside ERANGEL, and this is 1 chicken dinner at the very least per day on each respective day of play of ERANGEL. Now that is being wrapped up, can they find a win in Miramar to close the distance and be crowned as your champions of the Night of Champions? So that being said, still opportunities for DRS to cut right to. We will hit into our penultimate round real soon. As we do take a look at the stats, Baron has been impressive. I have been wowed by FAZE vibes. They were playing essentially with 2 members after losing out those initial 2 other players up against the rest of Alter Ego, but the damage numbers definitely looking a lot better, where No Fear, he's been able to hit the mark. It's just that there wasn't too many players over the south side for him to deal with.
Exactly. I definitely agree with you there. Oh man. Okay, so since HORAA Esports actually won the fight, all I want to see from the comment section are purple hearts. Okay, well, let's give the spotlight to Arrow of 4 Miracle Vibes, as he is the most valuable player for this round, setting up a total of 6 elimination points and 60% team contribution with an amazing damage output, 1,241. And I just want to take note of the fact that 4 Miracle Vibes right now not playing with Doc. So this is kind of like a new strat coming from 4 Miracle Vibes, and they're doing such a great job.
Yeah, and we'll also see the involvement of Arrow where he wasn't playing in majority of all these matchups, and he now emerged as the MVP. I feel like no matter who for Miracle Vibes put, they have always gotten a very high impact in all these matchups. It's just sad to see that, for Miracle Vibes, they only start to make all these big remarks heading into the fair final day, or else if they've come up with this kind of performance back in day one, they would have actually gotten so much more. As you can see, 15 points being secured by Miracle Vibes. The winner gets 19, while 13 for RQ Ryu, FaZe Clan DRS. They still managed to do a little bit of maintenance. They got 7 points out of this run, so the gap between them as well as HORAA Esports may not be as huge, but with a chicken dinner, this is definitely getting a little bit harder for DRS.
I know. I mean, like what I said, it's a tug of war, between HORAA and DRS. So which Nepali team will actually take the top spot? I mean, they did exit the game with, a total of 7 points. So just like what you said, the gap is not that far. But when it comes to the throwables used, okay, we've seen quite a decline here from 300 from the previous match, and now we're down to just 138 with 2 airdrops looted inside the match. And the one who scored the longest elimination distance, that would be GenFoz of VDR Knights with a total of 396 meters.
It's absolutely understandable when you see the amount of trouble utilized, because teams were just hugging into these areas of play, or should I say struggling to even get through those blue zones. So speaking of which, that is just about 7 points of a difference between HORAA Esports as well as DRS with this win secured. 5 chicken dinners so far, impressive record, but we are also making a climb from RQ Ryu as well as FaZe Clan to be moving deeper through the cut.
Whew. Oh man, here we go. BIGETRON as well as Team Falcons right here moving down 2 ranks. DRS, again, as you can see on the screen, has left the top spot, making way for HORAA Esports, but then again, it's a 7-point lead. And out of the 16 teams that we have so far competing in this tournament, it's only HORAA Esports that was able to bag 5 winner chicken dinners.
That's right, and right now it's definitely looking to be another massive run for some of all these teams out there, especially Lions now surging up. But it's tough to actually say that there's not much more stakes involved, but to really play to their heart's content right now for the final 2 matchup, which will make things a lot more interesting as we move into Miramar. Now, I want to see how this plays out, because we've always seen that fight between Vampires, FaZe Clan, and STALWART Esports. So this could be what we will be witnessing. A faster pace of action overall moving to Miramar. It's just jarring to actually say that, because, a lot of all these fights happening in Miramar were rather slow pace from what we've seen coming in for the entire course of the day, which is definitely throwing certain teams off their usual remark. But that being said, we'll go on a short break. When we come back, we'll bring you to the penultimate round of Night of Champions.
We are now on game number 5, nearing the end of this competition. We are about to find out who will be crowned as champions for the Night of Champions. Brought to you by Ruthless Esports. My name is Red Queen, Andy, together with Contra, and we are still your casters for this spectacular tournament.
That's right, and overall, it goes down to that race between HORAA Esports as well as DRS. So right now, the point margins aren't exactly too far out of reach, and all eyes is on DRS. What is their response? They have definitely do a lot of all these big point runs back in the past couple of days of Miramar. Can they once again find the mark this time? If they were to make any more mistakes, I'm afraid HORAA Esports might just walk away with this tournament run. So until, of course, the bells ring, that is still going to be opportunities from either side of the party.
Oh, definitely, that is the case. And you know what, for DRS and for HORAA Esports, again, since day number 1 of the grand finals, you know, it has been a battle between these two amazing teams. And I just love the fact that, you know, since the gap is not that wide, there's a lot of opportunities still, at least for the top 5 teams that we have in the overall rankings, to actually catch up, right? We don't know who's going to win. It's going to be, you know, in Miramar. So there will be a change when it comes to the pace, a change in when it comes to the terrain. So again, what we do love about Battle Royale, it's the unpredictability of what's going to happen, right? But here is the team prediction once again for the first Miramar. And who's going to be your pick, Contra?
It has to be DRS, isn't it? So right now, I'm just really looking for answers, and I guess that it's really down to how well do they play this out. DRS it is.
Okay, DRS. Production, I think you should go first before I give mine.
They're gonna yoink that pick for HORAA Esports, aren't they? Or probably somebody else. I think FALCONS is a really good pick right here.
Oh, and, you're picking for me?
Oh, what? She hasn't said anything, production. That's not fair. Now we get a reset? Okay.
Okay, Contra going for DRS. Production going for Alter Ego Rares, which is fair. Again, when making my headache. Honestly, I feel like ForMiracle Vibes is giving their best effort to actually catch up. So I don't want to go for ForMiracle Vibes. I don't. Oh man, this is tough. You know what? I'll take DRS as well.
Okay.
Yeah. It's the same team.
Okay, well, so we're gonna be looking to battle up against production right here. Alter Ego, they have absolutely loved this map, and I think this is also where they will also shine the brightest. We're seeing so much out of Rosemary, but usually it's really down to the final cut, right, when it comes down to getting the calculations for this prediction. But no matter what, Alter Ego has always got big impact in no matter whichever games that they play. So I would still reckon that Alter Ego would be able to go in for the massive haul of points, which is why, you know, it's been a great pick overall. Yeah. It's more about right now, the biggest storyline is just the race between the two horses, right? We got DRS Gaming, we've got HORAA Esports. To me, I've been a longtime fan of DRS, and of course I had the privilege to meet some of the boys out there when they were playing in Pure back in the PMGC in Malaysia. So that's it. I am uncertain on how this one would be played out, because it could either be the pressure surmounting upon them that will give them a little bit of a hard time, or it just could be difficult circumstances, and we never know. Hot drops might still happen. So that's it. I think that there's definitely a whole lot to see still coming in from our matchup of Miramar. Now, what's happened extremely exciting to watch is the battle inside Los Angeles between 4 teams. Yes, 4 teams.
Ooh,
we got
really?
ASIA, we've got the Alliance, we also have the Saber, and also Team Secret. So all 4 of these teams, they're on the Royal Rumble. Every single day that they move into this matchup, it's all about, oh, let's fight until somebody drops. That is going to be the same mindset. And now that all four of these teams, safe to say, no stakes involved, they can party as much as they want.
Oh, that is true. That is true. I mean, Los Leones is one of the biggest, errors that we have in Miramar. So it only goes to show that teams are really, they don't want to waste any time. They just really want to go for the engagement. I do hope we see a lot of drop clash happen for the first Miramar. As for alter ego errors, I will have to agree with you. I've always said this in a tournaments that I've casted, that Miramar is actually their strongest map. They know how to control the tempo of the game. And so I am really curious and looking forward if alter ego errors can finally, get that chicken dinner. They have been trying, from the get-go. They have been ending the matches with a double-digit score. And again, what's missing is that cherry on top, which is, of course, a chicken dinner.
That's right, and now it's really coming down to this very final moment, and therefore, in the Night of Champions, we can only see that tug of war eventually having one side to be losing that strength and one to be able to claim that victory. Tug of war, you pull until the point that you let go. And I don't know if that's going to be the case, but likely than not, I'm pretty sure that there's still a lot of fight left in both sides of the tank. So that being said, HORAA Esports seemingly to be the more strategic team when it comes down to really playing for position. They always find themselves a really good spot. In Miramar, a little hard to do, but can they pull it off? If they score another chicken dinner here, the run for DRS might just be over.
Perhaps that could be the case. I'm curious if, we will be seeing a lot of DMRs, or will we see a lot of the players use a shotgun instead? Because that's always the case, right? I mean, if we are in the biggest map, we always expect the teams to go for like a mid to long range fights, but it doesn't happen that much anymore. Most of the teams are just really waiting for the circle to shrink before they move in with the charge and just go for the shotgun kills. So perhaps this time we could see, most of the players use a DMR. And, there was this one tournament that I've casted with Sword Cloud that most of the players in Miramar using a micro Uzi. So I thought it was, like doing a major comeback, but I don't think so. I think players will stick with the DVS and a Mini 14.
Yeah, overall, I feel like if there's any SMG to play out, it has been the UMP that's been the hot favorite. This is going to be a really relatively generous flight path for all these teams to be able to get to where is necessary. So, the Savior, they're no longer partying inside of Los Leones, it seems. They are moving into El Pozo, whereas we see a little bit of distribution. Mr. Boro and the rest of our esports have always moved into La Cabrera or anywhere into the North region, so they will have a little bit of a head start of looting phase, but we keep our eyes onto two cities. Picado and Los Leones, ASIA, are dropping into the usual spot, so that's good news. We will get that battle underway. It's also BTR having one member extending into the areas where the fights will take place. For Miracle Vibes extended into Chumacera, so it's going to be pretty much the same nitty-gritty stuff that we are getting. So going over onto STALWART Esports, they will have to find themselves an upper hand where they've dropped a member into the stadium, whereas the rest of FaZe Clan, they're already in the apartments.
So I guess instead of 4, we will be seeing 3 teams battle it out inside Los Leones. I did see Team Secret, if I'm not mistaken, Yudo Alliance, and Aegon I8. But for the BTR, great start. Satar was able to put 1 elimination point, so I guess they just need to pick up the pace here, just really set the momentum for the whole team. That is the thing with BIGETRON. Sometimes they're really in the mood to score a lot of points, but right now I'm not really seeing that kind of prowess out of these 4 boys.
Yeah, right now it's been a little bit of tough to do, but in traditional fashion, FaZe Clan have always won out this trade against STALWART Esports. They already got that one up. Meow meow. Playing by the doorways, just hearing the footsteps coming from the outskirts, expecting or going to push right in. Now, is he going to have any form of impact? We are going to be seeing a couple of attacks being sent his way. He's getting those grenades to be sent out. But he holds back for any moment. That is not going to be the entry into the apartments. That's going to be on the, what some people call it, the car wash. But yeah, whatever you name it, it does not matter right now. What matters here is the fight. Where FaZe Clan, they're lock and loaded. They're really stopping Orgoy from getting into the compound. Now he is already breached in. He's got to check every single angle, though. Not going to be an easy task.
I know you have to check your corners, right? Especially, when it comes to the buildings here in Miramar. There's a lot of blind corners here. From the kill feed, though, we've got one player coming from Alliance who's currently on the ground, but we are not taking our eyes off of Stalwart Esports and, of course, FaZe Clan going head-to-head here. Stalwart Esports already with a deficit here. Sancheer already out of the game. So what they're trying to do is just trying to flush out FaZe Clan from inside the building. But we can see one of them already going in for the charge using an S12K. We saw a lot of jump shots happen. Unfortunately, he did miss his target here. So, Stalwart East was still trying to find a good spot or a good angle to at least shut down one player from FaZe before they raid this whole building.
ASI are winning out the trade inside of Los Leones up against the rest of Alliance. Now, without the involvement of D-Saber, I guess that ASI is definitely feeling a little bit happy of that situation. Whereas Stalwart, not too much at the moment. A lot more to do IQ over on the outskirts as we are getting more of the real action taking place in Los Leones. Great work coming from Falak. One of the main fraggers out in the field. It's just so interesting, back in day one, Falak has been that #1 guy for ASI 8. And it's just that they've won a lot of trades. They just don't seem to get enough of placement points. They couldn't really get into the late game. And we actually get a drop. It's going to be Mormon taken out as they continue on with the chase. The member of STE climbing all the way up. We see that form of exchange. Quick taps coming through. Falak once more up against Flags. Only one member left for the side of Alliance.
Yeah, it's a good thing that you kind of noticed that too. I did mention this a while ago. That Falak, I'm not seeing the same kind of, tenacity from this specific player right here. I miss his aggressiveness inside the battlefield. But Ignite 8, can't really say that they're not a good team so far, but again, I'm not really seeing them really put out their potential or just be the great team like we know that they are. So it's already too late for them to actually make a difference in this competition, considering that this is already the second to the last game before we wrap things up. Well, let's see what's going to happen as they have now gathered 4 elimination points for the team. Can they keep up this kind of pace? So that is the big question.
That's right, and ASI8, they have been in a really good form here in these battles. Now it's only down to Oleo as they take the fights on the outskirts. The rest of Team Secret keeping themselves quiet as they try to sniff out where exactly all these members could be. That Nate will be charged right in Falak so far, securing that point. And it's once more the battle taking place between all these members as Stalwart Esports is left with only one remaining.
Oh man, BTR, FaZe Clan, Stalwart Esports, losing some members. We already have I think teams already out of the game. D-Saver's been getting picked up as well. Chua already on the ground versus BTR this time. We've got Patagene. He has that elevation working out for him so far. Sitar is a little bit low on the HP here, but right up behind him is Zuxi. So a quick pickup can definitely happen. But Lamborghini as well as Chua, oh man, already out of the game. So it's just Patagene and Levi's playing for D-Saver. And we can see that Patagene is getting ready to attack Zuxi. in this exchange, but fortunately, he got shut down. So BTR is already at a big disadvantage.
Yeah, they're absolutely being taken out. There was no region for the rest of BTR to play off from. So that's a massive victory for DX, only losing one member, but they gained 4 points out of that skirmish, racing up against Team Falcons in this match. Now, Team Secret, they've been very quiet. I didn't expect this coming from GK and the rest of the pack. They lost Max LV in the initial exchange. So probably they will just allow the space for the rest of ASIA to move through. Now that the battle is concluded, last I checked, this zone closes overall to the far eastern corner of the map. Meaning to say, there's only a few areas like Impala or even El Arzahar where they could just hold out for the time being. Minas Generalis is still pretty much within the firm access, so teams definitely are well on their journey. HORAA Esports taking the long rotation coming from La Cobreria is going to take a while for them to actually get into their designated location, while Alter Ego Ares already taking charge into the northeastern corner of the initial circle. So Alter Ego, they got a whole lot to play for.
Oh no. Okay, so they're trying to save boys on the situation, but I think they just run out of time. Team Secret, however, is not catching any breaks so far. They just got obliterated by Aegon I Esports, 6 elimination points. So this is the kind of power that we wanted to see coming from Aegon I8. Unfortunately, though, I think it's a bit too late for them to make a difference in their situation. But if we're going to be looking at for Miracle Vibes as well as FAZE, we've got D Savior, Aegon IA, Team Secret. All of the teams that I just mentioned are still outside of the zone. And again, it's all about positioning as well. We are in Miramar, the biggest map in the competitive scene. And you do not want to have like a late entry, right, when it comes to Miramar, because you do not only have to worry about the players, but you also have to worry about the Blue Reaper.
True enough. And right now, I guess it's not too concerning just yet. Stage 1, Stage 2, tankable. Stage 3 onwards, you gotta get the hell out of there. Meanwhile, Team Secret, they still going for an exchange, this time picking off one member of the side of HORAA Miracle Vibes. So they've been lurking around and still having a deficit to work with. It isn't an easy task. They push over on the outskirts and find themselves into a very tough spot. Interesting, though, for Miracle Vibes on their journey, they moved from Chumacero towards this area of play. They could have actually rotated elsewhere, but they are also taking the long ramp, hoping to reach into maybe some exits around that Impala sector. So it isn't exactly the easiest of rotation that they're taking, but hey, at least they know that this passage, they will see lesser teams to be available over onto the zone. Nachi now gets clipped up, and that's going to be Icy on the mark. They'll be quickly traded, but here comes East. He's also being spotted already.
Yeah, you don't want to mess with Icy. Did you see how far that shot was for Icy? Oh, man. Anyway, we got East right here using a UMP. Very dangerous SMG right there, especially when East is holding that. Was able to shut down IQ, if I'm not mistaken. And now Aegon I is very much aware of the fact that Falcons headed towards their direction and will probably take this compound out of their hands. I mean, they're already at a disadvantage because 2 players left for the side of Aegon I8, or make that 3.
Fallout once again showing up in this current equation. Impala will not be covered this time around, where the fights will be taking place over the course of the hill. The rest of VOIN Donkey once again driving inside Miramar, picking the right spots to hold out. They will definitely have a major impact heading into the later stage of the game, while the rest of Falcons tries to recover. Still up against ASI8, where throughout this whole time, SI8 have been really sharpening their firepower. Of course, Falak is definitely back on track. Not yet to supplement Victor holding out, but how will they actually approach this zone is going to be the main question mark. Around the areas of La Bonita, we are looking at Power Gen going for that quick pick. Instantly thirsted off E. So that is a kill confirmed. And the Saber, they're definitely looking for more. The rest of Falcons, they're stuck in the open.
Ooh.
Shots now trying the back coming from ASI8, so I guess they won't be staying here for far too long.
Oh man. All I can say is that Patagene can actually dance. I mean, the way that he dodged those bullets, coming from behind was pretty amazing. But anyway, when it comes to Miramar, you don't really want to overextend your stay out there in the open because you'll be like, the targets of other teams that have taken control of the mountain ranges so far surrounding this particular spot. As for Meow Meow, oh man, I don't think he can meow anymore because he was sent back to the lobby by No Fear of Horror Esports. Same thing goes for SA. Oh man, No Fear seems to be on a roll here. Trigger happy. He's been getting a lot of points so far. Stage 3 here in Miramar.
That's right, a lot of all these trades back and forth. Especially impressive coming from the side of ASI8. They have been battle ready for the entirety of the lobby and now find themselves into the edge, forcing the other team to retreat, that being VX. And somehow, even despite the Saber dropping into El Pozo, they were still bound to meet with the rest of AS. Now, it's gonna be tough spotting out the rest of the VOIN Donkey members moving across that valley-way. It's gonna be tough to go in for the rescue. I think they will have to cut their losses right now as the rest of Roy, they pounce upon them. Roy Esports, out of all the many names out there, really have been having a good day throughout the course of day 3 here in the NOC. And overall, I've been absolutely impressed on their performance, but like we said, a little too late for them to actually have the biggest impact. Roy holds the direct center, BPE as well as VOIN Donkey most likely will still be around the region as it will be centralized overall.
Okay, so this is the situation. Alter Ego Era's potential clash with RAQ over to the east side of the map here, since both the teams are staying closely to the edge of the circle, so a fight really may happen between these teams. As for Roy Esports, we've got Silence already out of the game. Tusk is on the ground, but it's okay because I just saw one of their members actually quite near with from Tasso. I guess that pickup will definitely happen. Void Donkey, however, seems to be in the middle of a lot of teams, to be honest. We've got all I can see from the minimap are like two teams surrounding Void Donkey. So I guess what makes it, very effective for the side of Void Donkey is the fact that they are holding onto a compound here. So they don't have to worry if there will be like bullets pointed at them or headed towards their direction because they have that concrete wall to protect them.
Fair enough. Now, Nates are sent towards the side of FaZe Land members. A close battle between Jiki as well, but it will be quickly sorted out by Jiki. It's been 5 points. Impressive work rate coming from FaZe Clan, but their run ends right here. Meanwhile, Team Falcons, a lot of region to play out for them. As we manage to take down one of the players out in the fields. Goes for that quick restock and will be well on their way into an alternate location. Over onto the truck stop. Seems like DRS has been holding out against the rest of RRQ over the north. They should be able to get by very safely, but if he opens fire right now, X might just be in the really tight spot. He won't draw too much of that attention span because they need the chicken dinner more so than anybody else here in this map.
Oh, and again, this is not looking too good for Aegon I8 because they will have to cross the road just to deal with HORAA Esports. And No Fear is holding on to such a great vantage point right here. Makes it easy for HORAA Esports to eliminate the rest of Aegon I8. So I don't know what Aegon I8 is going to do in this situation, but they will have to come up with an effective plan so far to either cross the road alive or just eliminate HORAA Esports from that angle.
Here we go. HORAA Esports goes for the trade-off. It's Sky versus Nachi. He's still holding on to the window pane. Getting a little bit of glimpse of the angle and the full set into the smoke. Nachi gets overwhelmed. ASI8 is down and out. Like I said, they put themselves in a really tough spot, so their run ends there. So that allows HORAA Esports to also gain 4 points. Now they are once again 7 points up above DRS.
Hmm. Yes, sir. Oh man. Okay, here we go. 10 teams remaining. We are at stage 4 here in Miramar. RQ. They're not doing anything just yet, but they are trying to pick a good location right here. They haven't put any elimination points, so they will have to exert double effort, I guess. If they want to finish at the top of this particular round. But anyway, map overview, ladies and gents. DRS up north. Possible clash with RQ. Same thing goes with HORAA Esports. Vampire Esports is just chilling like a villain inside that compound. It's a 2-2 split. They're anticipating an attack coming from HORAA Esports. So let's just wait and see if HORAA will then decide whether or not they're going to crash that compound.
Last I checked, they managed to get a knockover onto YT. So HORAA Esports, they definitely want to put a little bit more focus onto DRS. If they were to pick a battle between Vampire Esports or DRS, so chances are, if they could just eliminate DRS, it's all well sorted. DRS so far has 0 points. YT already being sent out. 5 massive points. Though Vampire Esports definitely holds a threat in their position, HORAA Esports don't really have to do too much for the moment. A little bit of a jostle of control over the map where Baron getting shot, but thankfully that pan have soaked in a little bit of the damage, else he would have easily have gone down. Meanwhile, over onto the southeast, it is going to be VOIN taking charge. For Miracle Vibes, very difficult to move into position. Speaking of which, Tony K hits onto one member of HORAA Esports and will secure it up against No Fear.
Oh man, coming up from behind. Yeah, 3 elimination points just for Tony K right here. Rosemary getting into position as well. Pushing all of the players coming from RQ. Oh man, Alter Ego is such an effective when it comes to like really pushing and getting the opponents back in the corner.
Definitely, and for Miracle Vibes, they took that opportunity to also strike down some of these members, does claim a little bit of points. But Alter Ego are allowed that room to go in for the reset. HORAA goes down!
Oh
boy. And now everything to play for the rest of DRS. They definitely have to thank Vampire Esports for that. Meanwhile, where exactly is DRS? The last I checked, they were holding up over on the hillside.
North side, yeah.
But they haven't been all too much active until now. They eliminate Alter Ego, taking out the very final member. And DRS definitely feeling absolutely happy that they still are allowed this chance to shine. 7 more teams remaining, a lot of space in between. Roy Esports still remaining to be very consistent. Today has been their day. Also hitting the mark with that grenade toss towards Chama. And that will be Chama taking a little bit of a slide over the back. But they are slowly getting swamped by the rest of Roy. This is not looking all too good. They have to really put up the pressure right now.
Yeah, I mean, I do understand why HORAA Esports actually went up against Vampire instead of DRS. It's because of the fact that Vampire was holding on perhaps a compound right there, and they were thinking that maybe they could penetrate that one, rather than going up against DRS. But right now, Vampire is dealing with the remaining players of DRS, and that would be Sleepy and Chama. And there is a need for Vampire Esports to actually obliterate the remaining players of DRS if they still would want to push for the latter stages of the game. But Roy Esports is probably thinking the same thing. You know, they would want to join into the mix here. So this is a 3-way battle happening onto the northern side of Miramar.
Yeah, DRS, I don't see a chance for them to really cut out of this area, especially on the watch of Tony K. We know how sharp he has been throughout the course of the tournament. You just take a look at the high average damage that has been done. Though, right now, DRS, all that they could possibly hope for is just to hold out to the point where Vampire Esports allow them that space. Because the zone is already moving right through the rest of Roy Esports. They will leave some sectors open up. That will mean that DRS, they really have nothing left to do right here in this matchup. Therefore, It's just about biding their
Ooh.
time right now. Porsche does get a catch over on the Sleepy, only left with Chama. And now, two
Yeah.
sides actually meeting up. Vampires versus Roy. And they're playing so confidently coming from Roy because they are really hugging into the rim of the circle. They could just deny that space
Oh
from
man.
being breached by the rest of Vampire Esports. So Vampire Esports, a lot to do here, but they are definitely looking for a recommit.
Oh man. Not looking good for the side of DRS. They know what is at stake here. They are at second place currently, and there's a big chance, that they could um overtake HORAA Esports. But given the situation where they are left with just one player, it is gonna be hard. For Miracle Vibes, they have 2 elimination points, but they're left with one player as well. So the only team I can see with a complete squad would be VOIN Donkey and Vampire Esports, if I'm not mistaken.
True enough. And right now, down to 6 teams, as Team Secret will bow out. So there are placement points to be gained by the rest of the RS. But how much longer can Chama hold on to it? He needs to at least make it into a top 3 cut. Perhaps this battle between Falcons as well as VOIN Donkey might allow him to squeeze a little bit more of that points from position, as those nades are being sent right through. Not going to be a full commitment just yet. DRS still hanging on the thread of a lifeline, while VOIN Donkey looking rather optimistic to really go up against the rest of Falcons. They didn't really send too far wide, so won't be able to clip. So it is definitely taking a while. Juke will spot out Chama. I guess we get our answers true. We move into the top 5 of the standings.
Oh man, this is not what the fans expected coming from DRS. Both HORAA and DRS out of the first Miramar for the final day here. Grand Finals, Night of Champions. It's now Vampire Esports, VOIN Donkey, Team Falcons, Roy, and 4 Miracle Vibes. But Vampire Esports seems to have awakened from their deep slumber and now taking charge of the situation. They are still a complete squad, so that is a huge advantage right there. We can see that Apex is throwing a lot of nades just to at least put down one player coming from Roy Esports, but that could be hard to pull off considering that you've got, you are outnumbered by the opposition. And there you go. It's a total domination coming from Vampire Esports, setting up a total of 5 elimination points, if I'm not mistaken. Falcons out of the game. Same thing goes for Miracle Vibes.
That's right. So far, Tony K has been really rallying a storm right now. Great pick up there coming from the side of Newsy. Hits upon Razak. The rest of VOIN Donkey, as much as they're pretty close to the zone, there's a lot of all these regions that's giving them hard time to even get past. Now Newsy decides to close right in. Goes in to really claim some of all these regions to put the rest of VOIN Donkey on the chokehold. But when exactly will Roy Esports respond? Because they could actually go for 2 teams right now from the hillside.
Ooh, here we go, an exchange of nade coming from Reza and Vampire Esports. Reza was able to dodge that volley attack coming from Vampire. Now we can see that Ravenflaw is preparing to, of course, charge players coming from VOIN Donkey. It's a 2-2 split coming from VD. We can see the exchange happening between Zeta and Stone, if I'm not mistaken. But Stone seems to stepped away from that situation. They are going for the reposition here, probably taking up space up north to try and dominate. Juke got shut down by Tony K.
Beautiful effort coming in from Tony K. He's really sending all of these players one after out of the lobby. Roy Esports is next to bow out. A full 4v4 happens between VOIN Donkey as well as Vampire, but Vampires, they have the upper hand. Now there is a charge coming from the vehicle as 2 members are moving into close proximity. That's going to be an easy pick-off up against Razak, and he's definitely looking for Zeta as well. Nosy! How much can he actually do? They will now focus onto the 2 members pushing, because the other revives will be set into play. That nade will connect. And it will be none other than Vampire Esports that will eventually close up the match unless Potato can turn the tides around. He does have that big grenade to be tossed right into the smoke. Does it find anything? Not at all. There's a being knocked down. Does not matter at all. As Potato goes in trying to take a little bit of a pot shot and drop it into all these deflates. So the pressure is on. A very technical battle between the Thais and the Indonesian. And VOIN Donkey, they are now pretty much equal as they have yet to go in for a revive for Newsy.
And we can see that VOIN Donkey is making the boys of Vampire Esports work for their chicken dinner. Now making it easy for the whole team. But you know what? It was an essential move. You know, for the side of Vampire Esports, that was key right there. The root position is doing all the wonderful things for the side of Vampire Esports, but you know what? VOIN Donkey is doing a massive counter up against the Vampires, and Zeta was able to shut down one, and now he's going for the two-piece kill, and now Vampires is in the danger zone.
My, how the Tides have turned. They were smart enough to really play by the riches, and now going up close and personal, only the last stand, and it's VOIN Donkey that secures the chicken dinner. They absolutely stole the show. At first, I thought Vampires, they got the high ground, they got the upper hand, but it was too much of mess and chaos where they were overzealous. They pushed through. They shouldn't have done so.
Yeah, I guess, you know, nobody was expecting that VOIN Donkey would win a fight up against Vampire Esports, considering that all of the advantages was working out for Vampire Esports. As you said, they had the elevation, they had the numbers so far, but then we don't know. I mean, what happened? They lost the fight. The VOIN Donkey was able to flip the script and hence getting the winner in a chicken dinner.
Yeah, it was beautifully played out. VOIN Donkey, they played it really smart, and the entire time they were holding on to the circle from the get-go. Rotation-wise, it wasn't the most difficult until the point of the final battle. But that smart maneuver, they sent two members deeper in the cut to really throw off some angles up against the rest of FaZe Clan. And then FaZe Clan, once they got that knock, they just felt too confident. Newsy, he gave up his position trying to supplement that push, but got himself pinched. And after that, nobody were available to go in for the revive, and they definitely saw that to be a good chance on that 3 versus 3, and VOIN Donkey absolutely took it.
I guess the adrenaline was high on the side of VOIN Donkey because they're pretty aggressive as well, getting those elimination points. And again, that was a stellar performance, eliminating, you know, Vampire Esports. I almost thought, you know, that Vampire Esports would actually get that chicken dinner, but I got proven wrong. I got shot down by VOIN Donkey. But of course, we're still going to have the last Miramar this evening, and so the teams to watch would be VOIN Donkey, Vampire Esports, Roy of Vietnam, and of course, FALCONS Sports.
That's right. So far, they have been really putting up some heavy lifting, especially for Roy. So far, today has been their most consistent day as they've been climbing the charts every single round. Rosemary definitely have matchup in terms of those numbers out there for Alter Ego to thrive. And it's still Zeta with those 4 points as well. So Rosemary definitely have shown up in this match. But Tony K, he has definitely done a whole lot, but it was just too much up against VOIN Donkey.
There is a reason why people down there in the comment section would always change Rosemary's name to Rosemary. Did you see how, I mean, the percentage for Rosemary under team contribution? It's a total of 100%. But of course, we don't want to steal the spotlight out of Tony K. 5 elimination points, 933 damage output, getting the MVP title for this round, match number 18, Miramar.
Yep, and as always, we will see pretty much similar names out there for Rosemary. This time, Tony K will be the main marksman out there. Not only is coming in from FaZe Clan, has also been part of the mix as well. So pretty much standard numbers out there, with the exception of Tony K really putting up exactly the same damage as Rosemary.
And it only means that, you know, if these two players have the same damage output, but Tony K having most of the numbers when it comes to elimination points, it means that Tony K was a more effective player in this round compared to Rosemary. So that's an interesting feat right there.
Yeah, look at the numbers for both HORAA Esports as well as DRS. 5 points as well as 3 points apiece. So DRS Gaming, they really require a chicken dinner on that final match to have any form of hopes up against HORAA Esports, where we'll still see pretty much HORAA taking that top spot right at this very moment, now that we've considered all of that. So, yep, as we show you some of all the match stats, very little troubles utilized. I'm a little bit disappointed since this is Miramar, but we understand why, because they were just working around all these ridges where we have a lot of fights taking place. 15 total hit shots definitely were impressive, and this being Miramar, 261 longest distance is unacceptable, my friend. Like, everyone's just taking close proximity fights. Come on, where are the long range shots? I need more action. Give us more action.
Okay, maybe we'll get that one since this is the final round, or we are about to enter the final round for this tournament. But okay, I really wanted to say something just a while ago, but I'll come back to that later on. But I will have to agree with you. It's Miramar, the biggest map, and we can only see 179 throwables used from inside the game. So yeah, that's quite disappointing. But HORAA Esports maintains their lead with 165. DRS Gaming with 156. Alter Ego, Farmerical Vibes, FAZE Clan. Okay, so I now remember what I was going to say. We did mention the fact that the lobby is actually being dominated by Nepal and Indonesia. But since there's some sort of like a slowdown in terms of pace coming from both DRS and HORAA Esports, can Alter Ego Eras snatch the top spot from out of these two teams? I mean, it is still possible if they end the game with a chicken dinner and a double-digit elimination points. It is possible.
It is still very difficult to do, but definitely chances are now being open for the side of Alter Ego. We did manage to see the points. It's still a staggering feat where Alter Ego may or may not actually get those opportunities, but hey, they can only hope for the very best, and we also do hope for the very best for the current top 3 teams. Now, don't go anywhere because the last match will be underway, so we'll take a couple of minutes and we'll be right back. Here we are in the final match remaining, as this will be the moment where we will crown our champions here in the PUBG Mobile Ruthless Night of Champions. Of course, with all these commotion happening, the battle is on for HORAA Esports to hold and defend the line to be ascending to the throne, whereas there is DRS definitely vying for the title as well. And we also do have an outlier coming in from Outer EU areas to challenge, currently positioned at number 3, Red Queen. It all comes down to this very moment. We'll be looking for our grand champions after such a long week of a run.
Oh man, yes. We have finally come to this moment where we're going to find out just who will take home the prize. And of course, the bragging rights of actually winning the Night of Champions. And again, it has been a tug of war between DRS and HORAA Esports, but we're not taking out the possibility that Alter Ego Airs might do something big here, might do something extraordinary. We know that these boys are pretty capable of that one, just really putting up staggering amount of points onto the scoreboard. And hey, we're not, of course, shutting down, I guess, the potential of that thing happening. But Contra, it's time to put our money, or like our mouth where money where mouth is. I forgot the
yeah, exactly that.
That thing, right?
Put your money where your mouth is. Exactly.
There you go.
how it actually seems to be. So, undoubtedly, I want to see a challenge. It is DRS that I'm going for. I know I voted for DRS for many times because I want to see a challenge. Like, if it has to be a champion to be taking a throne, they really have to earn it, right? So, could be HORAA Esports still. But yeah, Chicken Dinner Watch, I just want to make sure that I, get an even number so that we're all on the tie. So hopefully.
Okay, all right. But I think you dropped something.
Oh, did I?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Here.
Oh, what's that?
Hey, of course I'm going in HORAA Esports, man.
Okay.
I'm sticking with HORAA Esports. I just know that this is their moment to shine. And there's a lot of fans down there in the comment section rallying up behind this team. And so I'm going to go with my purple heart, HORAA Esports all the way.
Okay, so down to production. Who are you guys rooting for? They're on DRS's side as well. So they're definitely going to be looking towards giving that a form of support. But that means that if DRS wins, it means production wins. So we'll see. We'll definitely put in our, of course, our best support for all the teams out there. And where are you guys at? Who are you guys rooting for? HORAA Esports still holding on to that #1 spot. So DRS, definitely a lot to do here, but it will be a very final match. Now, with a lot of all these teams who, don't really have that many stakes, I'm thinking it's party time in Picado. Is this going to be that moment where they're just going, guns blazing? Because we've seen a very slow moving action throughout the entirety of the day. So it's about time we see some phenomenal work record coming in from the final match of the tournament.
You think the party's gonna happen in Picado? I feel like it's gonna happen in Los Leones, but hey, we'll just have to wait and see. But since this is the final round, I do expect teams to kind of just really go all out. But I'm just gonna keep my my eyes on the top 3 teams, of course. DRS, HORAA Esports, and Alter Ego Airs. And hey, I'm just ready to celebrate with them.
That's right. Me as well. Like, overall, it's whoever wins, I'll be happy for them. Like, at this rate, the Nepali teams that definitely have shown up to plenty of all these matches back in day 1 as well, day 2. HORAA Esports especially, very clinical approach when they are playing for a chicken dinner, which we now see them having the most amount of chicken dinners throughout the entire course of the run. DRS, maybe throughout all these days that they played out, is there still any form of a gas left in the tank? Because today I haven't really seen those big sleepy moments other than that round that was won back in SANHOK.
For this final round, I just want to say, I just want to see a lot of purple hearts down there in the comment section. Let's just, give energy, positive vibes to HORAA Esports and let them see, the power of Nepali fans supporting a team that is HORAA Esports.
Yeah, overall, I feel like it's already a big win. Well, like, whether it's going to be a DRS or a HORAA Esports win, like, overall, this has been a crazy run, and we definitely thank you guys who have been cheering them on for the entirety of the tournament. Same goes to the fans wherever you guys are from, whether if you're supporting teams coming from Thailand, Vietnam, Malaysia, Indonesia. Everybody's really hot on form. And of course, not forgetting you guys coming from Mongolia, where, Team Falcons, as well as FAMAREGL Vibes, they have got those big, impressive chicken dinners. And here we have our final countdown. This is going to be the final arena to close up what we have here for the weekend, as this is the Night of Champions. Once again, thank you guys for tuning in. Make sure you guys hit that sub button to stay tuned to more upcoming tournaments brought to you by Ruthless Esports. So, Red Queen, are you ready to go for a showdown? As we will now jump into the final flight of the night.
Are you kidding me? Of course I'm ready. I want to see who will win the entirety of this competition. Is it going to be Alter Ego Eras? Is it going to be DRS? Or is it going to be HORAA Esports, the crowd's favorite? But of course, we're about to find that out, since we are about to dive into action for the last time here in the Night of Champions, brought to you by Ruthless Esports.
You know what I'm seeing right now on the playing path? The perfect arena for everybody to party. Los Leones, directly center of this drop spot. I'm liking what I am seeing. Whereas this is going to be a hard stretch for certain teams out there, including for DRS, who needs to get into the vicinity of the throne. They will do so, as they will float right by, but do they need to make a pit stop somewhere else, like Minas Generales, to get those vehicles to get going? We'll have to see, but we're looking at Falcons also moving into the party. I'm pretty sure that it's going to be a big brawl out here. Even STALWART Esports are slowly floating over on the course of Picado. So I can't wait to see what goes on in this match.
But I do see a lot of teams pretty close to one another. Alter Ego Eras might have a clash with DRS, since they are headed towards one direction. And there's also that possibility that Vampire Esports will be joining them as well. But yeah, for Alter Ego Eras, I can see that they're going for that vehicle gameplay before they head towards their favorite spot, perhaps. But Aegon I8, okay. Another battle happening between them and the Savior. But it looks to me like one of them already fell victim to Aegon I8.
True enough, and it seems like STALWART Esports finally get the region of Picado by themselves. Roy goes in for the trade out, and they're taking the knives into the battle, and it will be a little bit of shred coming through. Paragen now gets that double drop. Leon going down. It's a total mess. What we ask for, we shall get, while there is another drop, as STALWART Esports once again getting challenged. The rest of FAZE kind of have already arrived to the scene. Orgoy has to take a leap of faith, still trying to hold out, while it seemed like they never have allowed any from that space for SDE to play this firm. So 2 members drop. So much to work with here. Crossbow from Victor, though. Are they serious about this fight?
Okay, so we got at least, what, 4 teams here inside this area. Roy Esports getting obliterated by BTR. We've got Kasim on your screen getting burned alive from inside the building. And Kasim is the only player remaining for the side of Alliance, or Alliance, rather. But that was like a good exchange with the DBS. He was able to shut them down. Unfortunately, it is overwhelming for just one player, and so we already know what kind of outcome that we will see on the screen. But STALWART Esports is not stopping just yet, retaliating onto the boys of FaZe Clan. That was a great shot right there, using a micro Uzi, and that would be Sencheer, switching to AKM this time.
Yep, and they do have a little bit more of an involvement. BTR still finding the mark. Damage now slowly being done by all these members of STALWART Esports. Orgoy now runs over at the top end of the field, while they have that DPS that have chunked down members of FaZe Clan. They find that one up. This is what I asked for the entirety of the day, and finally they give us that big party. As STALWART Esports still having to find the mark. But this is going to be Uruguay that will be shred out. He's been running around. Now that's being sniffed out. It's only down to that member with DBS. So here comes Mormon as he will eventually allow that pickup to happen. Everybody's clumped up on the stairways. So it's really down to Sanchir. These taps, not really hitting the mark, but at least they have taken the regards that there is going to be players running right above him. He spots the back, not enough to eventually clip him though. I guess they're just gonna go one after another. So it's a 1v1 duel. Should be able to actually hold out while the rest of FaZe Clan tries to recuperate. Damage done regardless. I guess it's just a good way to bid farewell, but just enlisting for a battle.
And from the kill feed, it is Agan IA taking care of business up against Team Secret after putting down D Saver from an exchange just a while ago. There's a lot of teams in this area. I can see Falcons as well, also taking charge of a spot there. Team Secret, SOA's already out of the game. But this is still pretty doable. I mean, 3 players can still pretty much win a fight. Agan I8 is doing some sort of reset, but for FaZe Clan and STALWART Esports, that is the end of the line for STE. So good game, well played. We'll see you in the next tournament.
That's right. We thank them for their sheer effort for providing us a whole lot of fighting action. They've definitely impressed where certain rounds we've seen even STALWART Esports to overwhelm some of the best like Alter Ego Ares. But hot drops after hot drops, they have not been able to really make a deep run through the tournament, unfortunately. But we hope that they come back stronger. So ASIA, they've absolutely put on a rally here. Take a look at the Fallen members. They also back 4 points apiece. While the remainder of the teammates have been able to back 1 for their efforts so far. A lot of control happening over on the region of Los Angeles. Quick peeks, and Victor, this time goes for the exchange, will actually find the final member of the Savior. Another big team bows out. Thank you for participating in the NOC. Falcons, you know, they were the new kids on the block here in Los Leones, hoping to wrap up this fight against Team Secret.
Okay. Again, Team Falcons, one of the hard-hitting teams that we have so far in the PUBG mobile scene. But in this competition, they're currently placing at 6th, and they're trying to deal with another team. I'm just trying to figure out which team that is, but they are okay. So that would be Agan I8. But this is such a great start for Agan I8 as well. We're talking about 7 elimination points right here, and they could assume some more given the fact that they are pretty surrounded by a lot of teams. But I don't think it's still gonna happen because, for example, their last player in East just sealed the deal.
Yeah, absolutely sealing the fate of ASI8, but we're seeing so many incredible feats from ASI8. 7 points to book out a round. Absolutely respectable. I kind of wish it was 8, akin to the name. But, you know, we get what we were given. Team Secret's turning out to take on the rest of Team Falcons. What an elevation coming from the side of GK. So hard to actually spot him out by the constructions. Well, Nerzet, keeping close proximity, he's not going to be able to really get much of a view up against the members of Secret. But they're definitely trolling closely. Secret with only 2 members. I'm surprised that they're still committing into this area of play. Even the Blue Zone's already setting in. So it's a fight till the death that we expect coming from both sides. Let's see what the Vietnamese side has got to offer.
I mean, this is just stage 1, so I don't think they need to worry about the Blue Zone and then chipping their health away. But you know what, Team Secret, GK here is not stopping at all. But that was such a great backstab coming from Nipset of Team Falcons. The way that he shut down GK from that angle is pretty impressive. And now Team Secret is in, well, they're back in the lobby as well. 5 elimination points for the side of Falcon Sports. So good game, well played for Team Secret.
Oh, wow. Take a look at the circle. Both DRS as well as HORAA Esports gets to take claim, even more so for HORAA Esports. So it is going to be an epic finale here to close out between these teams. BTR, they booked themselves a spot over the hills. And with these moving units of DRS, they might actually be swarmed by VPE. They're coming into the same direction. Is DRS going to hold out against them? It's time to find out.
I feel like everyone will head towards El Pozo. I mean, given the situation, I mean, it is the focal point in the circle. But HORAA Esports, I don't know if you've seen them, but they're on a 2-2 split and they're holding on to
Creative
an
fields.
elevation right there. Like they high ground, so to speak. So anyone or any team that will head towards El Pozo, I think HORAA Esports will have such a great vantage point right there. It could, potential. They could get a lot of kills there.
True enough. From what it seems to be, this region most likely will close towards somewhere in between both Crater as well as Pozo. Whereas I won't expect many of these teams to be moving into the urban setting because of how things could easily play out. So HORAA Esports definitely does have a little bit of a head start there. DRS now hitting the mark. X does find that drop. It is for Miracle Vibes to take on some of all these units, as Alter Ego also getting ruptured. DRS absolutely hitting all these pain points. Vampire Esports starting to strike while the nades are being exchanged. Baron does hit over onto Totally K over the back. Vampires, they might actually need to move up, but that allows spacing for Apex to also put a dent onto their defense. What a showing coming out of Baron.
I know. Oh man, they were really putting up a show for the last game here inside the tournament. And a trade is still happening between Vampire and, of course, for Miracle Vibes. But, Vampire Esports already on a deficit here, considering that Tony K is already out of the game. One elimination point for Baron here. Baron goes in for the massive spray once again. But it's a good thing, for the side of Vampire, they're popping up smoke here, not compromising their position. They're making it hard, for the side of for Miracle Vibes to actually get those shots.
They definitely are. An absolutely winning fight for MV to take. Newsy now has that space. We'll see whether if he could at least reposition somewhere safer for now, because a fight up against for MV to win it out is very highly unlikely. Zone now closing true. Only 35 more players remaining in this matchup. And these guys are battling outside of zone. It's Falcons versus FaZe Clan. I don't think that matters too much. What we want to focus is this current zone. HORAA selectively within it, still by the edge of the crater field, but there is definitely a block of crowd over on their side. DRS trying to play it safely over the southern region. Still has a little bit of the coverage. They're not going to make anything too drastic, but if they were zoned off, it will be their demise for sure.
All I can say is you don't want to get stuck inside the crater field, because then you'd be like sitting ducks, for all the teams that has been surrounding that particular spot. RQ, man, getting dropped by VOIN Donkey over here, not giving them a chance to retaliate. So I guess VOIN Donkey will definitely win the fight, since the confirmation from the kill feed is astonishing. Same thing goes for Vampire Esports, Alter Ego, Ares for Miracle Vibes. Man, a lot of fights happening simultaneously. And on the screen, we've got Real FaZe right here throwing in some nades up against Falcons Force, but completely missing the target.
And Mormon trying to actually prime it across, and this is not going to be an easy task. These two taking a battle to the death inside of the areas of Mikado. Big nades now sent right through. FaZe Clan does not get to last out. Team Falcons continues on their journey, as we have to say goodbye to the rest of FaZe Clan, who have done so well for the entire evening on this final day.
A battle for the top of the mountain here. RQ versus VOIN Donkey still ongoing. Sun now making a move. Using that M416, he finds one. He tries to get one and gets the job done. Okay, Ray's already on the ground, but what a counter coming from Vexy right there, shutting down Asa. And now RQ exits the game with only 2 elimination points. And we are just at stage 3 Contra, but we are now looking at 6 teams remaining. Just one more team gets the boot, and now we'll be hearing that ominous music from the background.
Does that actually confirm the champion right now for HORAA Esports? Because there is definitely placement points on the line. If they get sent off at 6th, it will be so difficult for them, as there will be still the rest of DRS to play out for the south side. But very likely than not, I'm liking the chances for HORAA Esports in this field. Members of the side of BT are now getting tagged by the members of HORAA Vibes. And speaking of which, Falcons, despite them moving from the blue zone, they have been able to really trample teams after teams. As a matter of fact, has already secured a total of 9 elimination points. Now going up against their brothers coming from HORAA Vibes to see which team is the strongest of Mongolia. And now with so little space, Apex still holds it down. But for how much longer? I don't think he will have any chance on his vehicles as the shred goes through. It will be Nurzat that secures it. 10 points in for Falcons.
Yeah, Falcons Force, they said, okay, you've got nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Let me get that point. It's a total rampage for the side of Falcons Force. And now HORAA Miracle Vibes. How does it game with just 4? 4 elimination points? Okay, all right.
Take a look at the map. DRS, they're up against HORAA Esports, and here comes the pickoff. This is not how they really want to go down. Malik now gets the advantage as they are slowly shredding down DRS. This is what I spot from the mini map. And Malik, he's really making life hard for the rest of DRS, and this high ground advantage is way too much for them to handle.
All right, here we go. Malik going in for the quick revive here. Killer YD needs to heal up as well. But you know what? Man, this is not looking too good for DRS. Killer YD going for the reposition inside the vehicle. But 2 of them still on the ground. Killer YD, what are you going to do? HORAA Esports, they have the biggest chance of scoring the chicken dinner here, according to the stats, followed by Falcons Force. And Sleepy right now tries to go for that pickup from across those mountain ranges right here. But Malik is not stopping at all, dropping those bombs up against a DRS.
Good that they actually repositioned deeper into the low ground, so that nade will not find its mark. So no eliminations up against DRS just yet. But HORAA knows that they don't have to care about any other battles, but this battle up against DRS. None of them are having that zone, but I believe there's a few members of HORAA within the area of play. They not spot the far flank. Sleepy definitely looking to break that vehicle, leaving him stranded up above the hillside. Whereas we have Vexy pick up that airdrop. We're certainly going to supplement that. A couple of members of VOIN Donkey still available to play this out. So far, I think that it is definitely going to be very important for DRS not only to get the reset, but to get whatever remainder of kills currently happening in the game. But it's so tough to flush out HORAA.
I know, but you know what? It is pretty impressive, the fact that DRS was able to survive those bombs, those attacks coming from HORAA Esports. I mean, they had no space at the foot of the mountain right there, but they made it work. They made it work. Now, DRS Gaming already on the charge here. Killer Whitey, as you can see, is trying to climb up this mountain right here to try and get 2 players coming from HORAA Esports. Has been getting damage from all of those nades being dropped, of course, by No Fear and Malik, but he is trying to counter them with a nade himself. And he is inflicting a little bit of that damage, but it is not enough to shut anyone down from HORAA.
Killer Whitey, he falls to the ground, unfortunately getting knocked. This might actually get an opening for the rest of HORAA Esports. Malik so far has been taking charge of this fight all by himself. No Fear does connect that nade as well, so this is looking to be daunting. Zones closing in. Stage 4, this is going to hurt a whole lot. As numbers are slowly getting depleted, they don't seem to have any sort of a good time to actually fend them off. So HORAA Esports, I think this is just about time that they are crowned as champions in this match.
Oh man, Malik, okay, despite having that advantage, he needs to be careful now because his helmet is about to break anytime soon. So if he keeps getting tagged by DRS Gaming, it will not look good, you know, for the side of Malik. But Sleepy is about to go to sleep because he's outside of the zone dealing with the Blue Reaper here, and he doesn't have that much time. I mean, he needs to shut down HORAA Esports, but it's not working out for him.
He even got taken down. So that point will definitely be secured by HORAA Esports. There's just nothing much left in the gas tank of DRS to even get much out of this situation. Nothing can take HORAA Esports at the top of the hill, at the top of the leaderboard right now. It's all about securing those final touches, which is why they are locking down their target, not allowing any form of breathing space for the remainder of DRS. Despite having two, I don't think that there is a solid chance for that chicken dinner right now. While we move forward to the other fight, it's a battle between Falcons as well as BTR. BTR holding over on the compounds. This is going to be the advantage for the rest of Falcons to eventually swarm in. As a matter of fact, IC gets that picked off. Perfect headshot landed across the field. Down to Lapar only. I'm not expecting all too much coming into this 3 versus 1.
You know what, for the side of HORAA, they are effective because they have the high ground, right? But how long is it going to last? Is it going to still be favored by the circle? So if in case it doesn't, then there'll definitely be a change of pace right there. But Team Falcons, we've got East on the screen with the 11 elimination points, which is pretty outstanding. And they just eliminated, you know, the rest of BTR. BTR exit the game with 6 elimination points. Good game, well played. We'll see you guys in the next tournament. It is now a battle between the final 4 teams that we have so far: HORAA, DRS, Falcons, and VOIN. But we all know that this fight, that you guys are just looking out for HORAA and DRS.
Oh boy. VOIN does get a couple of angles as the trades does favor No Fear. He's always been this sharp. He has been the MVP for multiple rounds, and he's showing us exactly why he is the main player to beat. DRS still hugging tight over the low ground. Now, no matter what happens from here on, I don't think there's a chance for DRS to overtake. Unfortunately for defense out there, I'm just breaking the news rather early before we even conclude it, because nothing seems to stop HORAA Esports at this moment. They have that perfect high ground advantage. Tags now being fired off. Is VOIN trying to remove No Fear from this side of the kill? And even if he gets knocked, there's always going to be a helping hand with him. So this is just close to impossible for HORAA Esports to drop the ball.
This is pretty intense, I'm telling you. I mean, this is the final round, and everyone's just excited to see who will be crowned champion. Is it gonna be DRS, or is it gonna be HORAA Esports? It is that close, right? I mean, VOIN, they're trying to catch up, but I think by now the target is to just be included in the top 5 at least. But VOIN, they have a great position so far. The only thing I think that bothers me is the fact that it is already outside the zone. So this is where the high ground becomes a double-edged sword. Now that they have to descend, they become target, you know, for the teams that are already down below.
True enough. Right now, I think they have just accumulated just enough points being in the top 4. Whereas, can't really say the same about DRS as much as they are still within the game. Look at Falcons. They have once again shown up in this very final match to be stirring all these fights. With so many teams being taken down, all these points acquired were points that DRS also needed, at the very least. Over on the descent, like you said, it is going to be very difficult for the rest of HORAA Esports right now. X holding on to that grenade. Let's see if this is going to be a perfect mop up against Malik. He's not going to be able to land it though. Barely any angles for him to work with from this low ground, whereas the rest of Falcons is still continuing on their efforts to try to eliminate some of the members for Esports. And KiloYT managed to eventually get that hit shot against the member of HORAA, but HORAA trades right back. This will be a dominating performance. 5 points already in for the side of HORAA Esports. So this is going to be all too difficult for them to eventually take that from a lead. But if they get that chicken dinner, this will be the best way to go out for HORAA Esports.
Man, okay, so a little bit of the setback from HORAA Esports since one of them gets tagged. from across the mountain right there. No Fear gets shut down as well by Nurtsa the Falcons. And just look at how many points Falcons Force is putting up on the board here. It's a total of 14. Man, they are on fire as we speak. But HORAA Esports remains to be at the top. Let's see if they can actually maintain this position. I mean, all they need to do is really make it rain bullets right here. But they still have to be careful, because if you overextend your pick, then it'll be easier for the other players to actually shut you down. But Malik is doing a counter right here up against Eve. But oh, he falls to the ground as well.
Al, it does open up a little that spacing for them to go up against the rest of the field. That's going to be quickly secured. Falcons, they're leaving nothing to chance. They want to claim the final chicken dinner. HORAA now only left with one member remaining, and that is Mr. Blower. I see now at it, dropping that big nade, withering his HP bars very low. Still sticking to his smoke, and that will be it. The last step for HORAA Esports. They've done just about enough to be your champions of Night of Champions. You're in the finals. Best thing, DRS. Now it's going to be the final showdown. 3 versus 1 up against VOIN Donkey. Where could he be this time? Razak now spots out Ruthless going for this breakdown. He won't be able to connect the shots. Begin the 2 versus 1. All down to this very moment. I see he goes in for the quick recovery. He needs to save this very final moment. But is there going to be enough time? Because Razak is on the smoking vehicle as the last stand. It could be either side of the party, but Falcons definitely still having a little bit of an upper hand.
Oh man, if Falcons Force loses this battle, I am going to flip. I'm telling you, I mean, they have the advantage, and right now they have the numbers. It's a 3v1, so let's see what's going to happen. If Razor can actually shut this one down and can pull up a miracle right here, oh man, that would be great. East now goes in for that spray, and he was successful at shutting down Razor from that point, hence getting the winner with a chicken dinner. And that was the final touch right there coming from Falcons Sports.
Unbelievable stuff coming in from Falcons. We wish we get more of these type of rounds. Yesterday, they got that 36 corner of a chicken dinner. Now they try to, once again, put another remarkable finish. And it's been a big banger of a double-digit run for the side of Falcons to claim the final chicken dinner here in the Night of Champions.
Oh man, and again, we don't know who Princess is. I can say it's tough, but again, overall performance from Falcon Scores, I was hoping I get to see more of their prowess, their action, during the first days of the grand finals, but it's still okay. I mean, they still let us see what kind of power they can bring into the table, I guess, for the final day of this competition. So I'm already happy.
Yeah, overall, we've definitely had a lot of incredible games that has happened throughout the course of the week, where we've seen this crazy effort coming from the side of Team Falcons, showing that they are still one of the best teams possible in the world, a force to be reckoned with. So we'll definitely see them in all these major tournaments in the future. And now I believe it's about time for us to unveil once again the winners of the entirety of the tournament. So Great Queen, it has definitely been an absolute blast, and overall I love what we've seen coming from all these teams from Nepal, from the region of Southeast Asia, Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand, and of course even many more. Harang Bros also played inside of Scrims. And we thank all of these teams out there, and of course Mongolia did manage to celebrate their chicken dinner to close off the night, but there can only be excuse me, one champion
Bless you.
by the end of the run, and I think we know who that person, which team exactly could that be.
Okay, well, I'm gonna wait for the official announcement, but that's it, guys. It's the nature of the competition. We can only announce one winner, right? So it is okay. Don't take things so seriously. This is, after all, an off-season tournament. This is just like, taking the teams out of the arena and into the streets to have that brawl, right? But we already have an idea who is currently at the top spot. But then again, while waiting for the announcement, thank you again for Ruthless Esports for having us, for casting this whole tournament. We always enjoy, anything or any shows put up by Ruthless Esports. And I guess you don't want to miss that one, so you hit that sub button, right? And now, ladies and gents, a drum roll, please. We're about to announce the winners for the Night of Champions, brought to you by Ruthless Esports.
And the champions of the tournament will be revealed to you right now. It's none other than HORAA Esports.
Purple hearts, make it rain.
Incredible feat. They have finally done it. After, a couple of seasons that they played out, they always come in really close to claiming the number one spot. Certain times they did, certain times they get bested, and this time they have found their true form to remain super consistent. The winningest teams in the form of chicken dinners and also plenty of takedowns. And you saw how well they played that final showdown. Despite that not being a chicken dinner, that was just about enough to best out the rest of DRS Gaming. And of course, other than that, we also have to give an applause to DRS Gaming as your first runner-up in the tournament.
Definitely. You can see all the confetti there celebrating, the victory coming from the side of DRS Gaming. All I can say is that this lobby has been dominated by Nepal and, of course, Indonesia. So congratulations to our first runner-up, The Real Soldier Gaming.
That's right. And that being said, there's also going to be our teams that have been able to fight their hardest to claim that third spot as well. So that being said, I believe that a team could be now either Team Falcons. Could it be Alter Ego? I guess it's about time that we will be looking into the screens to find out a whole lot more. But DRS, they definitely have been showing up on occasions that matter the most. It's just that the final few runs were very difficult, but Alter Ego Aries will take the cake as your second runner-up of the tournament.
And now I'm just realizing the fact that, okay, Alter Ego Aries, Alter Ego, it talks about like another persona, right? And Ares is like the god of war. So it's only fitting, I guess, for all of the boys to stick with the name Alter Ego Ares because, oh man, I mean, the accolades Alter Ego Ares is holding under their belt is incredibly impressive.
They definitely have been, and we've seen so many of all these high-flying rounds successfully being won, and we've seen so many MVP feats coming out of Rosemary. And speaking of MVP, it's time for us to reveal to you the overall MVP, and it is DRS Sleepy.
Oh man, this guy, 43 elimination points and 8,714 damage output. He's pretty consistent from the get-go. His powers, his tenacity, his energy did not fade at all. So this is really he's really deserving of the title, I guess, for the competition.
That's right, and overall, we definitely want to see a whole lot more coming in from Sleepy and the rest of DRS as we take a look at the close range fight for the road to MVP. No Fear definitely comes up pretty close into matching those numbers, but you can definitely see why Sleepy has been remaining at the top of the podium, where they have had impressive feat. The closest to the average limbs is actually Rosemary on third spot. As a matter of fact, it's also interesting to see that Alter Ego's Rosemary stats is actually better than the rest of HORAA Esports, but the survival time for No Fear has been some of the best out there in the field.
Yeah. And again, Rosemary, even if this is just an off-season tournament, he always gives out his best, always in the line for the MVP title. So I have massive respect for the guy. Honestly, if teams are playing for like a pseudo stage or like an off-season tournament, they're actually doing a fan service, for each and every one of us. And so we just have to always give them like a big round of applause every time, they're playing in an off-season tournament, because they could just be resting or like sleeping, but hey, they're still out here playing the game that we all love. So we just have to give it to them.
That's right. You know, it's been a really long day. We thank them for the efforts. I could definitely use more sleep as well. So, Sleepy, I know what he's going to be doing up next. So, first, that said, it's been a fantastic tournament where we take a look at the highlights as well as the head-to-head coming from Kilowatt as well as IC on their very final run. Kilowatt, I think like they definitely have done just about decent damage in the very final game, but overall, you know, I see so far looking really sharp for the course of the Miramar matches, where we see him really thriving, really providing a lot of cover fire, and also hopefully a few counts for the side of Team Falcons. So that is all for the head-to-head. We'll take a look at the final rankings here on the table. And as a matter of fact, Team Falcons with that chicken dinner almost got themselves into the top three. So, of course, we've already crowned the podium finishers out there. BIGETRON Knights putting impressive record out there, moving up to the charts. This will be your top 7 teams. You know, at first it was a lot of Indonesian dominance, but we've definitely seen a lot of change of pace hitting to the rest of the pack. FAZE Clan being the best Thai team in the lobby.
And Mongolian teams as well finally stepped up. I mean, Team Falcons a bit late in the game, but even with that fact right there, they were able to place in the top 5. So impressive gameplay. And I guess, you know, for the teams that are on the second page, we don't really need to question about their capabilities of that, you know, like really topping a tournament here. Perhaps, you know, they just don't want to expose what they can do overall, or like maybe expose their aces or their lucky charms. I don't know what else to call it, but yeah, I mean, I'm just excited, you know, for the PMGC, because again, this is a sneak peek, right, about what's happened in the PMGC. But head to head, ladies and gents, it's HORAA versus DRS. I guess when it comes to stats, it's pretty much the same thing.
Yeah, overall they are actually matched up pretty evenly, but HORAA Esports just has more consistency, sealing most of these chicken dinners in many of these rounds. Back in day one, even though for the night, they've been able to also put up a strong record. As you saw, they were number 1 back in day one, and on day 2, they see a little bit of slump where they only got about around the average rank of 6, where overall the damage output has always been up the charts up there for HORAA Esports.
Oh man, definitely. And again, pretty exciting game. I just know that this night's gonna be epic. I know deep down inside I stuck with HORAA Esports because I know that they can actually win this whole competition. And again, it was a great effort coming from all of the 16 teams here. It was a great match between DRS and HORAA Esports, having that back and forth situation when it comes to who will claim the top spot. But at the end, it was HORAA Esports that took the win. But DRS Gaming, they did not make it easy at all for HORAA Esports, even with Alter Ego Eris.
True enough, back in day 1 as well as day 2, they've been exceptional. Day 3, they definitely perhaps were feeling a little bit of that pressure on the line, where they haven't found that same form of rhythm other than that win that they've gotten back into the SANHOK match. But they've definitely kept up to speed with a lot of all these teams out there. So on this very final day, they don't back as many as eliminations as opposed to what they did back in day 2, where they were ranked 1, and today's performance puts them into rank 6 instead. So hopefully we see a bounce back performance coming from DRS in their future events. I'm definitely rooting for some of these big names who will be playing in the upcoming PMGC. That's going to be happening in, you know, a couple weeks time, or you could even say months time. So that said, I believe we've already wrapped up majority of all these stats that we have overall. So what a wonderful weekend that we're getting ourselves into. And of course, DRS, they will still have a whole lot to play for, as they won't be representing the region alongside with, you know, some of the biggest names out there from South Asia. So, great Queen, it's been a great run with you so far. Any last words before we wrap up the show?
I'm just happy because I've caught up with production. They set up 3 points. I set up 3 points. So, did I? Yeah. 3 points. But last remarks, I do hope you guys follow us on our social media pages. It's at Redfin Andy, and of course Poncho right there. He has his own social media page. Don't forget to follow us, like and share all of our contents. You know, I don't post that much PUBG related stuff, but in case you guys would want to kind of have an exchange of culture and like food, whatever, you can always follow me.
All right. And of course, thank you guys for joining us here in the Night of Champions. There's more upcoming tournaments, so be sure to subscribe to Ruthless Hype Esports here on YouTube and follow them on all platforms of social media. Thank you guys for watching. We'll see you guys next time. Have a good night.
Peace.